Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's cracking with you? This is JahLogic and you're watching the Morning Rant. What's that, some new shit I'm doing? What's cracking with you? Might have to do that more often. Anyway, I see Lord Velen check-in already. Let me put his comment on the screen. He says, I'm up early working out. Let's go. Salute to you, man. Get money. And this is JahLogic, your host of the Morning Rant, and this is the 40th episode. So I'm really proud of me and my team here at the iRant Network, aka the Ranters Union. And let me bring my co-host on for the day, and I think we might have more special guests as the day progresses, but let me bring my co-host on for the day. I got Schoolboy, Casey Gane, and VeeSmilez. What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Grand Rising, Logic.
Grand Rising. Schoolboy, how you doing, brother? Your mic is on Teddy Riley.
Yo, salute. How's everybody doing this morning?
All is well, man. All is well. Good to see you, man.
Same.
No doubt. So like I said earlier, this is the 40th episode. You know what I'm saying? Salute to us. Salute to you for rocking with us this whole time. This is like a milestone. It's a milestone episode. I'm really proud. Real talk. And we got VeeSmilez, but she's getting ready still. She'll be with us shortly. And we got Brooklyn Honcho on the check-in. Yo, what's good, Brooklyn Honcho? He says, it's so hard to say goodbye, but see what it want to be. Salute. Nah, we're not saying goodbye. You know what I mean? You know, he's referencing the fact that this is the 40th episode, aka the season 1 finale. This is the season 1 finale. And with that being said, you know, we're not going anywhere. We're definitely coming right back. Maybe within a week, maybe 2 weeks, you know, who knows? But everybody deserves a vacation, number one. I'll say that. And we definitely have to bring structure to the game. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that do web series and or podcasts, they don't bring any structure, so there's no like breaks in between. There's no seasons, you know. There's no milestone episodes. You feel me? And that space that we have, that we're gonna have to be able to take a step back, to take a step forward. That little time in between season 1 and season 2 is what's going to ensure that season 2 is even better. You feel me? We gotta rise to the occasion. We can't just keep doing the same thing we're doing. We gotta take a step back, watch the episodes, see what we can do better. Upgrade some equipment. You know what I mean? We got to do different things to make sure season 2 is even better. And we even have more people that want to be co-hosts and frequent co-hosts. And Brooklyn Honcho, you did great the other day. So I think you would be a great addition to the fold. You know what I'm saying? So I think you should come through as well. So you got my information. You know, feel free to be in touch with us. But yeah, season 1 is definitely coming to an end. So that season 2, you know what I mean, could come back even stronger. And I'm hearing that little echo again, Casey, but I got you on mute for now, so don't worry about it. Just when it's your time to talk, I'll just, you know, unmute you. We got some more comments coming in. Just One Love says, Grand Rising, congratulations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you a lot. You always on the check-in, and you know, means a lot to us, you know. And the other day you stayed up till 5 a.m. with us while we did the first movie night, the first annual movie night, and that was dope. And Dawn Irish says, good morning. Dawn, we're on our 40th episode, Dawn, and you just now coming in. I'm not shaming you, but you missed a lot. You missed a whole lot, Dawn. Shit was lit up here. And Muhammad X Shakur is pulling up. Salute to you, Muhammad X Shakur. Brooklyn Hunter said, what you trying to acknowledge? I mean, yeah, you know, we got a nice balance of the knowledge and the fuck shit here. And Mills Lane says, good morning, Ranters in the chat. Good morning to you, sir. Good, sir. Mills Lane. Mills Lane is someone else who did a great job the other day. And I hope he can pull up once or twice a week, moving forward in season 2. Same with Antoinette. She says, morning. Good morning to you, Antoinette. I know you're going to be pulling up in season 2. We spoke a little bit about it in the past, in behind the scenes. So I look forward to rocking with you in season 2. And Just One Love said, this is my #1 podcast. I'm addicted to the Rants Network. Yo, that means so much. Yo, hold on me. That means so much to us, real talk. And Dawn says, I ain't know, man, but hey, I'll be here for whatever, but better late than never. That's a fact. I'm happy that you finally pulled up. You know what I mean? I mean, we be on the group page and I post it every now and then, but our group page is kind of crazy. It's kind of more about memes and shit like that. But when we post our actual podcast on the group page, people are like, what the fuck is that? Where's the next meme? So, so not coming at Dawn, but anybody on the group page that's also watching right now, start taking it more serious when we post the actual podcast, because the Ranters Union is here to promote podcasts. We love comedy, we love jokes, we love memes, all that good shit, but we're here to promote podcasts. And so when we post, podcasts, try to give it a look, but salute to Dawn. You're one of the people like Mills Lane and the Kalilas and the Lorvels and and a lot of other names, the Virginia Slims, the Redemptions, that just support different shows, and that means a lot. So I'm glad you're here, and I hope we don't disappoint on the 40th episode, which I doubt we will. You know what I'm saying? Because we the shit. You know what I mean? But Casey, what's good with you, bro?
Hey, life is good, man. I'm up early. I'm looking forward to talking about what's going on in the world in terms of the debate. R.I.P. King Face. I just found out that he passed. I got to meet him courtesy of you and on Clemmy. And we got a very nice spirited debate along with Q, who we talked about on the last show, who was in the Monkey Game. Not on the last show, on the Monkey Game movie night. With me, him, and Q. And we had a real interesting, spirited debate that was way more civil and polite than the old white men who were debating last night. You know what I mean? And it was a good exchange of ideas, even though all of us came from really totally different viewpoints on race, politics. I think we all came from the same point culturally. We all came from the same point in hip hop, and it shows you how many different viewpoints can be encompassed through hip hop, but also the Black community as well. And that's why it kind of bothered me when Joe Biden said, "Vote for me or you ain't Black." Like, there's a political obligation for inbred and Black people to vote Democratic or vote for Joe Biden.
So hold on, Case. Don't get ahead of yourself, right? Don't get ahead of yourself, because we got all show to talk about these debates. But real quick, Casey is talking about the episode of Clemmy's Couch titled "Vote, Don't Vote," I believe is the title, or "Vote or Not to Vote," something of those sorts. And this is Casey and King Face, and that was a really dope episode. And then we had a couple other dope episodes that we filmed that day at the studio on 42nd Street too. 42nd Street in Times Square. And that was a really dope moment in time. That was my first time meeting King Face in person. And hold on, I don't know. And with that being said, you see the little footsies on my feet cut because we was on the white background or whatever. But yeah, man, that was a super dope episode. He was really respectful. I made a post about it on Facebook and not Facebook, Instagram. And I just want to say rest in peace to him as well. He definitely was someone who motivated people, whether you didn't like him or you did like him, whether the haters and the congratulators alike were motivated by this dude. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I definitely want to say my condolences to all those affected by King Face's passing. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody wants to show love to his family, this GoFundMe from when he was fighting and he was fighting in the hospital is still up. So you can feel free to donate to there, because I'm sure the money will go to his family. But yeah, salute to that man. We found out we had so many people in common from family members I had that that knew him or whatever. So from his days in Hollis. And yeah, man, I'm not going to dwell on that too much. But speaking of King Face, we definitely got to go into the debates. King Face is someone who was heavy into his politics. He was a Trump supporter, very vocal about being a supporter. He was very vocal about being a Trump supporter, and some people, didn't appreciate it. But up here at the Morning Rant, at the iRant Network, we appreciate all points of view. You know what I'm saying? And we don't think because someone thinks different than you that we should cancel them or anything like that. That's not how we move. So with that being said, we definitely want to say rest in peace to King Face. Rest in freedom, brother. Real talk. He was a real one. And we'll leave it at that.
I just want to add one thing. And so I was looking at Twitter to see what everyone was saying about King Face. And obviously there was a lot of Black conservatives with support, a lot of outcrying from the Black MAGA community, and as for other people. But then I saw Tariq Nasheed, and he was kind of shitting on a dead person, talking about this Caribbean American advocate for white supremacy. And I'm like, I think he was coming at him first from the ADOS point of view, which I think that people from the West Coast and down South don't really understand that on the East Coast, we more Pan-African because there's so many Caribbean and African immigrants. It can't be we only American descendants of slavery. It's more of a Pan-African thing. So that's why out here, King Face is considered Black, while ADOS or Tariq Nasheed might not. And I saw a couple other.
I'm gonna go ahead and disagree.
All right, we can get into that. So yeah, man, like I just want to just kind of condemn all the people shitting on him, like rejoicing in death because they disagree with him. That's not a way to move about in life as well.
Yeah, Casey and him disagree wholeheartedly on this episode, and Q Butter disagreed with a lot of things too. But Q Butter and him stayed friends. I kept in business with him, and we spoke on the phone a couple times after the show. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? We all laughed about the disagreements, and you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Casey and Q and him went outside and still smoked the blunt. You know what I'm saying? And I provided the bud. You know what I'm saying? And they took pictures laughing. Look, this is Casey and him laughing, and Casey, pointing at him, and he's laughing at it. You know what I mean? So like, nah, man, he was a respectful brother, and y'all can have your little ADOS debate in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of understand where Casey was coming from, and really where he's coming from. He's saying that you shouldn't be shitting on a dead man. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see people clout chase. They're going to use his name to, for clout. They're going to be shitting on him. They're going to act like they was his best friend. They're going to act like, they're going to try to do the shock value thing. Oh, we don't care that he's dead. All that type of shit. You're going to hear reasons why people feel he passed when they don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. We really don't know where he passed from. You know what I mean? Or how he passed. So, if you don't know, you should just shut up and just leave it alone and just rest and say rest in peace or say nothing at all. And that's my take on it. So I agree with you on that, Casey. But really quick, Schoolboy, did you want to debate this ADOS situation real quick? Because I got my thoughts on that too.
Yeah, so I think that a lot of times there's like a broad stroke, like especially when you were talking about Tariq talks about it, but being a person who comes from, and I think that we probably all have some kind of Caribbean bloodline somewhere along the lines, being that we come from that, like I don't deny the fact that some of my Caribbean cousins don't really fuck with Black people. I don't deny the fact that when I was younger, like my family would tell me, look, you can be Black, you should be proud to be Black, but nobody likes niggas. And I knew that meant like the people who didn't have no culture and were just out here doing nigga shit, nobody fucks with them. And in my family, if somebody calls you a nigga, it was never a term of endearment. I think I've said that on this show as well. Like if I call you a nigga, I'm probably not saying, that a good thing about you. And you might not take Tariq Nasheed seriously, but the fact of the matter is that the nigga comes with receipts that other people don't have. And you can check a lot of shit he say. And he does exaggerate a lot of stuff, but I think he does that as a demonstration because the other side of the aisle does the same exact thing. You see one Black person on TV committing a crime. Now Black people have a criminal culture. So, he does the same thing. Like, yo, I see a white person out here committing a crime. Yo, there's a criminality in their culture. And you know what I mean? So he might see an immigrant doing that whole, the coon dance. And he says, well, shit, all immigrants have that coon culture in them. And so what he's saying isn't wrong. You know what I mean? A lot of folks who come off that boat got this little thing about them. They stick up their nose and they don't want to really give no respect to the people who've been here. I see a lot of people who are 1 or 2 generations in shitting on the people who got 5 or 6 generations behind them and talking about how come y'all can't get it to this and the third, discounting all the other shit that's happened over time. So yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and ride with the fam talking about how some of these immigrants need to check themselves or take their ass back home. Yo, I'll tell an African person or a Caribbean person in a heartbeat, if you decide that you gonna shit on black folks here, get your ass back on the boat and go home. Why you come over here if it was so great where you was at? You know what I'm saying? How come you ain't the boss over where you from? Because you definitely not a boss here, because you come over here and you got a mop and a bucket and shitting on people, you know what I'm saying? Riding the car while you on the bus. So
in defense of immigrants, that immigrant, whatever he's from, that African country, he's mopping it up. He's doing all that. He's doing a job you might look down on, but his kids is probably going to Harvard. You know
that's fine. That's fine.
You know
that's fine. Yeah, but a nigga who jump off the boat and be like, well, a nigga who jump off the boat and be like Donald Trump, you know, let me put his dick in my mouth. I'm not gonna be a fan of that guy, and I don't care if he's dead or not. I'll be honest with you.
Wait, you talking about? Wait, you talking about face?
Yeah.
We're
not gonna do that here. We're not gonna do that here.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm just saying. I don't have to show no. I don't know him. I don't have no. You know, I don't have a reason to respect the man I don't know. I'm not gonna say that I'm like celebrating his death, but I'm not gonna celebrate his life if I don't really. I can't really vibe with what he was going through.
I understand that. Hold on, Casey. I understand that, but let me just clarify this part. Like I said earlier, what we're gonna do is you either gonna say RP or we're not gonna say nothing about him. Y'all can speak about the ADOS thing, but we're not gonna disrespect him at all. We're not gonna do that. I understand that was your response into what Casey said as far as Tariq Nasheed response to him, but we definitely not gonna disrespect that dude on this platform. All right. But Casey, you have something to say?
Yeah. I support ADOS. You know what I'm saying? I support them. I feel like there needs to be unity among African Americans, you know what I mean? And unity among Caribbeans, but we all need that Pan-Africanism to fight because we're being oppressed by the same people. So any of this tension, and there is tension and there is snobbery from African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, a lot of that is because all their images of Black Americans come from the white media. So they're already thinking that Black are poor, uneducated, because they're watching the same TV shows, getting the same culture. So you are correct about that attitude.
But if they know that they're being, if they know,
not interrupt him. Can we just wait till you finish?
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So I feel there are elements from both sides trying to pull Africans, Caribbeans away from each other. When I feel we're being oppressed by the same people. When we talk about slavery, Africans, they might not have been affected by slavery, but they had colonialism. My family's from Jamaica. They were slaves. They might not have been American slaves, but they were enslaved by the British, who were down with America through the post-slavery. So they had the slavery triangle that people don't know. So you had the rum coming from Jamaica and the sugar, and that was going back to England, and the slaves were being imported through Jamaica. So it was a universal oppression. So the way you combat universal oppression is through unity, not through division. So that's how I feel. So I'm for ADOS. I feel that there is a need for unity among, especially among culture, you know what I mean? Culture and politically among African Americans who are descendants of slaves, whether they down the South or West Coast. I think, like I said before, they might not understand in the East Coast we're more Pan-African because there's more immigrants coming in, right? And some immigrants is snobby, that's true, but a lot really ingratiate themselves into American culture, whether it be like a Wale or through Jamaicans starting hip hop culture through Kool Herc, you know what I'm saying? There's a kind of melting pot where Caribbean culture becomes Black culture, right? At least from my perspective.
All right, V, you have something to say? The mic is on Teddy Riley. Okay, she'll be back with something to say. But yeah, man, let's go to these comments as she comes back. Slim says, peace and good morning. Peace and good morning to you, good brother. This is the 40th episode. And though we were planning on talking about Breonna Taylor this episode, we're going to save that for season 2. That situation is not necessarily going anywhere. We want to come well informed. We want to be well informed. We want everyone to bring their facts. We don't want to debate feelings on that. But I say all that to say this. It seems like some furniture is still virtually getting to moving just now. Brooklyn Honcho says Trump was on some nigga shit last night. That's a fact. And we're going to talk about that soon. And Hemp Lord says, salute to you, Hemp Lord. Light up. And Laura Bell says, my history here in America doesn't start with slavery. And salute to you. And Laura Bell also says, I don't support the name. It should be changed to Native American, not ADOS. And Virginia, V, you have something to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a crock of bullshit in regards to, you know, Caribbeans looking at Black Americans in a negative way based on colonial quote unquote images. If they really was genuine about, you know, loving their people and loving Black people overall, they would come over here with the same welcome energy that Black people welcome them here with. When Caribbeans got to America, and when Africans get to America, Black people open their communities, they open their homes, they open their resources, they open everything up to all these immigrants. And not even just Black immigrants. Black people in America are so welcoming. We open ourselves up to all immigrants. And unfortunately, what happens is once the immigrants are humble at first, but once they get the resources and they get the benefits, then that's when their nose turns. Then that's when they start looking down on the people who've been here. And then they forget about the people who created these opportunities and these resources for them. So the whole idea of the fact that, you know, white people show negative images of Black people to them in different places, that's a crock of bullshit, because when they get here, that's not something that they experience. So the fact that they even have that mindset, that's invalid, because going in and what the first thing they experience here is not that. They're not looking at Black people as you know, they're not looking down on them. They actually have their hand out when they get here, and when they get the resources, that's when they get that, they turn into that, you know, that snobbish person. They turn into that negative person. I just feel like ADOS, that's a really, really great thing. And Tariq Nasheed makes a lot of great points. We're not trying to, you know, reap the benefits off of we're not trying to reap the benefits off of what's entitled to Caribbean people. We just want to reap the benefits off of what's entitled to African Americans, people who are here, people who are born here, people who have descendancies from here. We don't want what's entitled to them, and they shouldn't feel that they should get something that's entitled to us. I can't go to Jamaica right now and get food stamps. I can't go to Trinidad and, you know, get Section 8, but these people can come here and get these things. So I think that there should be, you know, a certain balance when it comes to these things. And, you know, Caribbean people should not be included in this. And this is something that's just strictly for African Americans. And I completely agree with that.
I don't disagree with ADOS existing, and that's cool. You know what I mean? I feel there should be unity within, you know what I mean, the different Black communities, whether it be African, Caribbean here. And you speak in broad generalizations. It's not every African immigrant.
Can I take it from there?
There's so many African immigrants who come into the Black community, show love, share their culture. Same with Caribbean. How do you think hip hop culture started?
At first.
And
then they turn around, and then after they get their benefits, then they looking down.
Can I piggyback off that real quick? Can I piggyback off that? And love, because my shit's bubble up too right now. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Steph, he's in the building. Laura Bell says salute to Smilez. Redemption says salute all. Salute to you. Hemp Law is testing out the new CBD joints. Salute to you with the CBD joints. And he said salute. Vanessa, you said and Virginia Slim, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I'm gonna keep that there for as I attempt to get my point across. Virginia Slim says we are a diaspora. Unity is needed. I don't think Casey never said that Caribbean people should be entitled to what ADOS is entitled to. I don't think I ever even heard a Caribbean person say that they feel that they're entitled to what people who are born here and families come from here were entitled to. I think you spoke in generalizations. And when you speak of how we open up our communities and our hearts to the Caribbean people when they come here, respectfully, I think that's a crock of bullshit. Because I was in elementary school the first time I heard people disrespect Haitians. Elementary. So when you say open up our hearts and our communities, do you mean like how when we call people Haitian booty scratchers, African booty scratchers, Haitian body odor? Do you mean like that? Do you
Everybody gets teased. That happens to everybody. That happens to Black Americans who are here.
That's a fact.
Thank you.
That's a fact.
You don't welcome them.
That's a fact.
You are welcome into the community, because how do you get the opportunities?
We're not going to talk over me though. You know what I mean? We're not going to do that. But what I'm gonna say is,
it's a conversation. But go ahead.
It is, but we're not gonna talk over each other.
Go ahead.
Totally quiet when you spoke. I was totally quiet. So when I'm asking a question, you can answer it. Is that what you mean when you say opening up? Because when I was growing up, people never knew. People didn't know I was Haitian till I told them. You know what I mean? Because my mother was Americanized because she was raised here after being born in Haiti. You know what I mean? I wasn't never born in Haiti or anything like that. So I wasn't one of those children who was born in Haiti, came to America, had a thick accent, etc. So it was plenty of times I had to find myself defending them, not only verbally, but physically from attacks. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, yeah, everyone is teased, but even the generalizations that we're doing now, saying that all or the Africans and the Caribbeans, like as if they all are one person, as if there aren't a difference. Because even when Schoolboy was talking about the Snooty and Casey responded about the Snooty, we got Black Americans who don't fuck with Black Americans, but we don't have something to segment them out and generalize them. We got Black Americans who think niggas is lazy, niggas is this, niggas is that.
The coon
narrative, the coons, right? We got Black Americans that do that shit. So why is it when someone's from another country, now it's all people from that country? We need unity. We don't need to be looking at each other on some bullshit. What happens is the same way we got Black Americans who are, some is on some coon shit and some on some pro-African, pan-African, pro-Black shit, is the same way we have here and there. You got Pan-Africanists who are from the Caribbean and or Africa, and then you got coons. Same with the people here who were born here. You got Pan-Africans and or pro-Black and or pro-Indigenous people, and then you got coons. So we can't just act like that's a Caribbean and or African trait.
That's not the first time.
I'm not going to say anyone, if someone's Caribbean and they're all about being Caribbean, all about being Jamaican, like Kamala Harris's father, he said he don't consider himself Black. When she talk about that, I'm not going to knock them for that. Or I'm not going to call them coons because they got a different opinion on me. But I'm going to tell them why. Like, even if we're not the same, we're still cousins. Like, right? We're still cousins. Africans are still our cousins. Caribbeans still our cousins. Biracials like me are still cousins. So we might not be in your immediate families as brothers and sisters, but rather than saying because we're not in the same family, we got a beef, we need to realize that we're cousins, right? If anything. So we need to have that same cousin unity rather than fuck Aunt Bertha and her kids, fuck Uncle Jamal and his kids. Nah, that's our family. You know what I'm saying? So
it's not okay. Go ahead.
Our family, biracials like me. I got Black in my blood. I'm a cousin. You could say I'm not Black. People could say that. They got a right to. You could say Caribbeans ain't Black. You got a right to. But they're still family. They're still cousins.
Well, yeah. So it's along with that. I think that one of the things that people will discount is that we all have family that we don't fuck with, and I'm not fucking with no coons in my family. I'm not, regardless if they come from here or they come from the Caribbean. Like, I'm cool on that. If I'm seeing that that's what you're about, I can't trust you because I know that when it hits the fan and I need support, you're going to be supporting the other side because that's how you feel. And that's fine, but I'm not going to be having you all up in my space and making it seem like we cool, we family. Like, yo, there is some family, and this is the thing, this is biblical. I've studied these different countries. This is across the board internationally. It is what it is. Everybody doesn't make it to the promised land. Civil war is necessary to get a baseline of a culture, and it just is what it is. The reason why we're in the situation that we're in is because that coon class grabs power and then shits on everybody else. We can't keep claiming them people as family. We've got to let them go in the wind. Like, we have to let them go in the wind. Like, you don't want unity with everybody. I guarantee it, you don't. Because, like, say, for instance, I find out my Uncle Petey has been touching my cousins. Uncle Petey can't come to my house. He's not allowed to come to no picnics. When I see Uncle Petey in the street, I'm going to spit in his face and I wish he'd touch me so I could hurt him. That's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel about the situation.
Too, just off Uncle Petey?
If they still fucking with Uncle Petey, absolutely. They can get this shit too.
What if they cut him off and condemn him?
They need to cut him off and condemn him, and that's what we're doing. We're condemning that class of people. We're saying, yo, we're all family. So let's say we all on the same page. We're all family. We're all against white supremacy. And then Candace Owens comes in the room. Yo, we got to boo her out the room. She can't come in here and talk with us.
Schoolboy, duly noted, right? Hold on, Casey. Your mic is mad low for some reason. Duly noted. But what we're responding to is when we generalize and say an African or someone from the Caribbean is automatically that, because that's what we just heard.
Can I respond to that, because I didn't get a chance to respond, and that was the point that I was making. I say that in regards to a Caribbean or African American because it's a big difference for obviously in every single facet of culture in African communities, in the Caribbean communities, and in Black communities. You're gonna have coons, you're gonna have stuck up people, and then you're gonna have people who are down for the people, and you're gonna have those differences in each culture. You're always going to have that. But the difference is when you migrate, you leave your home to come to another country to downplay the people who are originally from there. That is the problem I have issue. It don't matter if you're African or Caribbean. It's the fact that you left your country to come to another country to talk shit about the people who are originally from that country. That is the biggest issue. We don't go to Jamaica and talk shit about the Jamaicans. No, we go to Jamaica, we eat jerk chicken. We lay up at the resorts, we drink rum, we celebrate. African American people in America are always open and celebrating everybody else's culture. But when it comes to Black people in America, we are shitted on time over and time over. And that is the absolute truth. And a lot of Black Americans who do have dignity and who do understand their history in this country, they're not going to take it. And they're not going to just allow that to continuously happen without speaking up for it. There's so many Black people in this country who don't even want to admit that they're actually Black. My father's father is from Barbados. I'm not saying I do not have Caribbean lineage. Some Black people do and some Black people don't. But the primary parts of my family are American, and everyone really comes from America, and I cannot disrespect those primary parts of my family. And I just can't. And honestly, I've seen Black people open up their hearts, their resources, and everything. So every immigrant that comes here, and we always get nothing. So I think it's about time that changes.
I'm gonna say this. You spoke about people knowing their history, and that's the one standing up for ADOS. In my experience, all of them don't know the history because they wouldn't just be calling themselves ADOS, because not all of us because half my father's from here, right? My father's side is from here. Not everybody who's on this land, who was born on this land, comes from slavery.
Exactly.
Right?
I know that.
So they don't
everybody wasn't enslaved. Everybody wasn't over here with boats.
So they don't know their fucking history. And then
that's not true. They're just using what they got.
Hold on, because ADOS literally means American descendant of slavery. All right. So that's what I'm explaining to. They're
using their most current historic reference.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is not all of them are descendants of slaves, number one. And number two, if they knew their history, they would know that America started in the Caribbean. The New World started in the Caribbean. The Triangle of Trade started in the Caribbean. Christopher Columbus never came to North America. He was in IET and other Caribbean countries, etc. So if they really knew their history, they would know what we have in common instead of trying to be divisive.
Hey, so let me just say this then. I think we're all agreed on the fact that when we generalize, it kind of brings people into the net that may not be included. However, I think we're all understanding that we're not talking. When I say that there are Caribbean people who are coonish, I'm also classing them with the Americans who are coonish. And I don't like ADOS. I honestly don't like that moniker, American descendants of slaves or African descendants of slaves. I don't think that that's the best way. Those folks have a nonprofit that they're using that nomenclature with, and I get that, but I think Foundational Black American does a better job of expressing who those people are. You know what I mean? Now, whether or not those people will be eligible for reparations is another story. But Foundational Black Americans, I think, pulls in all of that sentiment and that culture. Like, it is what it is. Everybody in the world wants to be African American, or wants to, kind of siphon off that culture. And I think part of the reason for that is because we all like an underdog that's a fighter. And African Americans have been fighting one of the most imperialistic systems for literally centuries at this point, where other people have not really done it the same way. You know what I mean? Like if you look at our culture and community, we're actually behind enemy lines and thriving. Whereas like like when you go to some of these Caribbean countries, you know, the countries aren't doing that well and they're still placating to their colonial masters. That being said, here in America, we got people in America who can't wait, you know, to say that the grass is green on the other side and white folks got it so great. I can't wait to live in a nice white neighborhood. I'm actually one of those people. I'd rather live in a nice white neighborhood and be safe. You know what I'm saying? However, I'm not gonna never shut off. I'm not gonna never shut off the fact of the matter that, yo, I'm black. I'm perceived as black. I'm the blackest person in my whitest neighborhood you're gonna find. I'm just gonna let you know that right now. You know what I mean? Like it just is what it is. Shitting on black folks ain't the move, man. You know what I'm saying? Shitting on our cousins in the Caribbean who are actually fighting the fight ain't the move either. So let me go ahead and dispel any kind of misunderstanding there. Yo, I love all my people in the Caribbean who are about that action. You know what I mean? But the folks like Candace Owens who will literally use our institutions, grab a bag, and turn around and marry her oppressor, I'm not messing with nobody like that. You know what I'm saying? When the train runs over them, I'm actually gonna throw a little party.
All right, so check it. My fault, Casey. Hold that thought real quick. I just want to say that respect to your point. You know what I mean? We did use the term coon really a lot just now, and we can't always deem people who disagree with us coons. But I'm going to say this, right? Black is a race, and Jamaican, Haitian, you know, Panamanian, you know, all these other things are nationalities. You know what I'm saying? So that, and then I'm also going to echo a good point that I heard last night on another YouTube channel. Shout out to the Blazy Gang. The brother said, listen, man, and I was listening to him, and he made a lot of sense. He was really cool when he said, if somebody don't want to be black, whether they from the Caribbean, Africa, or here, that's on them. You know what I mean? However, when the cuffs get slapped on you, they're going to call you a nigga. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, but at the same time, black is something that we do or we say because we don't have strong pride in our nationality as Americans. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the race thing comes. Yeah, race is a social construct that enforces classism. You know what I mean? That's a fact. There's no country called black. There's no country called white. There's no continent called black. There's no continent called white. You know what I mean? So the idea of race was given to us so we can forget our nationalities. Because if we knew our nationalities, we'd be way more prouder. Casey.
Yeah, I think we need to realize like the long history of Caribbeans working with African Americans, like from Malcolm X, whose mother was Caribbean, to Marcus Garvey, who was a full-blown Jamaican who led the first movement that would inspire Malcolm X and Martin Luther King to start their movements, to other people like Stokely Carmichael. I'm not a fan of Farrakhan, but Farrakhan is Bayesian as well, and he's been a very influential leader in the black community. So I feel like let's all work together. You know what I'm saying? Like where there's differences, we should call each other out respectfully. Like as V says, if people in another community, some of them are acting snobby, we need to use our allies in our community. So if you're Caribbean and you hear your father say shit like, yo, those black Americans are so lazy, you need to stand up and be like, yo, Pops, I got mad black American friends and I see them working hard every day just like you. So don't believe what the white man says about black Americans because they out here grinding. You know what I'm saying? And same thing. If you're black American and someone says, oh, man, and you hear your father say, man, them coconuts don't know how to act, making some generalization about them, calling them Afro. You say, yo, Pops, I got my friends is Jamaican. They's mad cool. You know what I'm saying? And we're seeing that, like, the second generation Caribbeans is identifying as Americans, whether it be good in positive ways or bad ways in terms of gangs, but we're seeing these second generations, maybe not the first, but the second generation is identifying as American.
That's a fact. You made a good point because niggas will talk all that blackity black fucker Caribbean shit and then walk around with a red, black, and green flag on. So you're right. Who was given to us by Marcus Garvey, but
but you know, the issue that we have to remember, even with the Marcus Garvey story, is that Marcus Garvey didn't go to Jamaica and was able to really get a groundswell and the roots. He didn't go into the soil in Jamaica and really expand that movement. And when he got expelled from America and went back to Jamaica, they didn't reach out to him with open arms. You know what I mean? His support was here in America. Like I said, the movement for fighting white supremacy, especially in the colonial or the imperial state of America, is right here in America. The southern United States, those mouthpieces out of the northeast, the United States, and the folks on the West Coast who are organized, in their militias and things like that. It is what it is, man. When you talk about the tip of the spear, the foundational Black Americans really got that market cornered. However, we also have to do the shuffle with the coons and stuff like that coming back with the negativity. It is what it is. I mean, it's unfortunate that that's how it is, but that's how it is. And again, my folks in the Caribbean who got their heads screwed on straight and don't want to be, the next great thing coming out of Britain. You know what I mean? The ones who are about that life, we support them and we want them to be in our enclave too. But those like the Candace Owens and her ilk, those folks have to go. When you look at the Bible, the reason why they walked around in the wilderness for 40 years is because folks didn't have their minds screwed on right. They wanted to go back to Egypt instead of moving on to the promised land. And we got a lot of folks like that today.
Preach. Yo, you make some real good points, man. You make some real good points. And I just want to say that there's an obvious difference. North America is obviously way bigger than a Caribbean island.
Yeah.
And it's not the whole of Jamaica who wasn't fucking with Marcus Garvey. It was the bourgeoisie types, you know what I mean, which is not the whole of Jamaica. You had the maroon culture who supported and lived his legacy on, speaking of the Rastas and etc. You know what I mean? So we just we have a bigger demographic to have a bigger number of people who still scream Black Power. You know,
I love that you bring up the Maroons, because again, even with a revolutionary organization, tribe, or whatever you want to call it, like the Maroons, you had Maroons that made agreements with the colonials to return slaves. So there's always that element that we have to be wary of and be like, yo, we're all down for the mission. When somebody starts acting funny, we're calling them out. We're exercising them from our community. You can have them back. Like that guy in Kentucky, he probably is a foundational Black American, but his ass is white. We're not claiming him anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm gonna disagree, because I don't think Blackness is a political view. You know what I mean? Like
it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
Joe Biden doesn't think Blackness is a political view. I feel Black people over the spectrum. Like we talked about, I used to be an Obama supporter. If I met an Obama supporter or someone who thought Obama was great now, I would argue with them. I would tell them all the bad things. But I evolved. I evolved through learning, through debating. Not because people say, "Oh, you're an Obama supporter. You a coon. You following this." Because people took me serious, had a debate with me, didn't write me off as a coon, but they kept me at the table for a debate. Because that's how people. So if we're gonna discount people, because if you want to get rid of all the Black Republicans, you might as well get rid of all the Black Democrats too, because they're horrible as well. If you look at what their policies and what they've done to the Black community, both here and abroad. If you look at Obama, if you look at Susan Rice, if you look at what they did to Libya, turning it to a pro-Black Pan-African state, to a state of rampant slavery, Islamic supremacy, where women have no rights. If you look at what our Black American leaders have done, both Democrat or Republican, you can't just say the Republicans are the coons. You got to look at what the Democrats have been doing. So if you're going to write off Candace Owens, you got to write off Susan Rice. You got to write off Kamala Harris.
No, we don't.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
I don't.
They're two sides of they're two wings of the same bird. You know what I mean? So you got to throw the whole baby out with the bathwater, unfortunately. So like Kamala Harris saying that, yo, I've been 30 years, I've been in the legal field, I've been locking up niggas, but I didn't like to do it. I just had to do my job. She sounds like a damn Nazi. I don't know why anybody would trust her. You know what I'm saying?
I don't give a damn about her I don't give a damn about her locking niggas up. She was a prosecutor in Oakland. What the fuck you think was gonna happen?
Well, she could have been a public defender in Oakland.
Let's keep it a buck. She had a high conviction rate on violent crimes. Motherfuckers that was supposed to be in there. No, Casey, no, not now. Y'all let y'all speak. Dude, you're supposed to be in jail if you're out here hurting people. That is a thing. You can't get mad at the person that's putting you in jail when you've done the crime. That's dumb. That's literally crazy.
Okay.
Like, if anybody that's been to Oakland know how it get down. Okay. You know how it get down. How many of these people that she locked up are trying to say that they were innocent? It ain't a whole lot of them.
I lived in Oakland for 6 years. And there's an overwhelmingly pro-black progressive community there, just as much as that, you know, there's thugs everywhere. But
niggas bang though.
Niggas is banging, but they also got a lot of niggas banging on oppression too out there too. So you got to kind of go out there and see the land, go to Africa Town and things like that, and see what's going on to really, and then also hear the stories. And it wasn't just Oakland; it was the dudes in San Francisco as well. But go ahead, Casey.
Now I'm all for locking up people for violent crime. I'm all for getting the rapists, the assaults, the murderers, get them out the box. We in cities where conviction rate be like 10, 20%. So in a lot of the hoods, you got an 8 out of 10 chance of getting in with murder. That needs to stop. I'm with that. What Kamala Harris was doing was locking up people for marijuana offenses. Then she joked about it on the Breakfast Club like it was some funny thing she did in the 80s while she was listening to Biggie and Tupac. What she was also doing was locking up parents for their children not going to school. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a hardworking single parent and God forbid your son decides to skip school and smoke weed, she's gonna lock up that hardworking single parent, which is what she did. So I have no issues at all with Kamala Harris's record prosecuting.
If your kid's skipping 1 or 2 days,
I'm finished.
My issue is her prosecuting of non-violent criminals, of her not going after violent police rings, of her actually having a police ring among her biggest supporters, of her taking money from big technology like Google and Facebook so they could rule the world when she's vice president. So I don't have any problems with locking up violent criminals. We need to get more murderers off the street, more rapists off the street. I wish she did more of that. I wish she did less of locking up non-violent offenders, because when you lock up a non-violent offender, right, you put a 15, 16-year-old kid in jail for weed. He goes to jail. What does he have to do? He might have to bang just to be in jail. Now he gets out of jail, right? What are his options? He don't got no options. He got a record. So he goes back to the same gang he was banging with in jail. So her policies actually increased violence in the hood, did not decrease them.
And I think his original point was that if we're going to get rid of people for their political views, we got to get rid of people on both sides of the track.
I think it's important to realize if it wasn't Kamala in that chair, it would have been someone else. So and by little the law, no. If the law is there,
I mean, not Steph. Casey. Let me finish, Casey.
If the law is there and you come to the courtroom, I don't get to pick and choose what law I put you in. If you broke the law as a prosecutor, I have to prosecute you. That's it.
All right, look, go ahead, Casey. After this,
you can say the same thing about a police officer. If it wasn't for the police who killed Breonna Taylor, it would have been other police in that situation. For any other situation, you can make that argument, right? If it wasn't Obama bombing Libya, it would have been a white dude bombing Libya. That doesn't excuse what you're doing. It's like if you just decide to be the head of a mafia family and your job is to kill people, you still need to have that responsibility because you chose that job.
Did you? Are you serious?
There are progressive prosecutors out there who changed the system. And Kamala was not one of them. Like you got Malby in Baltimore, who's using her platform as a prosecutor to go after police. That's not Kamala Harris. We have a prosecutor in Massachusetts who's using her platform to reform marijuana legalization. That's not Kamala Harris. What?
One of the policies she did implement was to stop people from attacking for committing hate crimes against gay people. That was the thing she implemented, right? Now, I know we don't think of that like as much of a big thing now, but it was a lot of time when people were carrying out hate crimes on gay people just off the strength.
Not in San Francisco. But yo, listen, let me go ahead and go to these comments and let's keep it here on the politics after that and go ahead and watch this highlight reel of the debate. And let's go to these comments. And Redemption is saluting Mills, salute the Mills. She's also saying, Hemp Lord report back with findings. He's smoking that good old CBD this morning.
Yo, Logic. I need to shout out Hemp Lord real quick. I need you to reach out to me after the show. I'll give you contact information. I need you to reach out to me after the show.
Is he in your town?
I'm not sure, but I got an issue with the hemp business, and I want to see if he has any information about it.
Copy that. Miss Ravioli says JahLogic and KC is never gonna finish. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And Miss Ravioli is also waving hello. Good morning, Miss Ravioli. And Miss Ravioli, if you wanted to hop in the show, the link is in our Instagram chat. The link is in our Instagram chat. You can feel free to say hello to the people for the 40th episode, season finale. We got some tables moving already. And Redemption Song says, Casey, I've carved out time to finish your book. Great read thus far. And Casey, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, now it makes me feel really good, man. And thanks for this platform for allowing me to promote the book. And it really makes me feel good when people read my book. I've been famous for a lot of things, but I feel really good when the way I think affects people. You know what I mean? I've had all sorts of articles go viral, videos go viral. But when I see people respect my intelligence, it really warms my heart. So thank you so much.
No doubt. J58 says, as soon as Carib throw their lineage out there, they're placed in a box off the dribble, which isn't right. That's a fact. As soon as you're proud of where you come from, sometimes they think you're somebody that's looking down on somebody else. You know what I mean? And so I think it's a balance. There are definitely snobby Caribbean people out there, just like there's snobby so-called Black Americans, right?
And there's Jamaicans who look down on other Jamaicans. Like there's upper class Jamaicans and they look down on dark-skinned Jamaicans.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's upper class Jamaicans who look down on poorer Jamaicans. So it's not
right. Because I think Rastas get a bad rap sometimes because of the way they live in Jamaica, and the Maroons get a bad rap in Jamaica. And then there's the folks who have the Jamaican accent with the Queen's English lilt on it. You know what I'm saying? They be real pompous and shit. You know what I'm saying? They still
uptown class. Like my family in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Started off downtown. You can make your way. Like you don't need to be light skinned. Like my family in Jamaica is dark skinned. I'm light skinned because of my white mother.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? But you can make your way through be a dark skin class, and if you work real hard, like my grandma was a hairdresser, my grandfather got in real estate, so neither of them had passive 8th grade education, but they moved up to uptown. You know what I mean?
Yo, when I think of like pompous Jamaican people, I think about the girls who be like 12, 13 years old with the socks with the little frills on the side. Yo, that's always what I see in my mind. And then the dudes be wearing the big ass jackets, the suit jackets, shit that don't fit, need to be tailored and shit. Yeah, like I'm just saying that's a generalization that I have in my mind about Jamaican folks who are pompous. I'm like, yo, let me see her socks, bro.
Stereotype reality. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like you definitely do have your pompous Jamaicans who they might feel they're better than the rest of Jamaicans. They might feel they're better than Black Americans. They might feel because they're rich, they're better than poor Black Americans. You know what I mean? So, and you have Black Americans like bougie, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air types who might see a Black person from the ghetto and be like, oh, no class, and not realize the situation they're from.
Nah, Carlton was cool, but nah. So they got this. They got this thing that they would say in Jamaica that I've heard Jamaicans mention. Anything black, no good. So it's like, look.
I gotta unmute myself because there was my cousin is a very famous Jamaican author. He wrote the movie The Harder They Come, very famous movie, and another one, Small Orange. But he wrote a book about my family, and one of my aunts was so racist that he said she wouldn't even let a black chicken in her yard. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nigga out of here.
And so when he brought his like black wife, his dark-skinned wife, like the auntie wasn't trying to have it. She was trying to have him marry some bougie uptown skeezer. You know what I mean? So it's very like there's a lot of colorism in Jamaica. There's a lot of classism in Jamaica. And it's not as so monolithic as all Jamaicans.
Yo, imagine how crazy that is. Yo, you go to your aunt's house and the black chicken roll up in her yard and she start flipping out. Yo, get that nigga out of here. Yo, I'd be dead. Yo, I'd be like, auntie, I gotta leave your house. Yo, I don't feel comfortable no more.
All right, so the last thing I'm gonna say on that is they bleaching their skin not only in the Caribbean but in Africa and other places as well too. So
shout out Sammy Sosa. That
and
nigga.
Right.
Oh Lord, shout out to Vibes Cartel.
A lot of people don't know Kamala Harris's mother is a Brahmin. Like, I don't know if people know about Indian class society, but in Indian society, you have the untouchables, the Brahmins. So it's almost like an apartheid class system. You know, it's kind of changed since then. But her mother is from like the elite part of Indian society who are viewed as like the upper class.
Okay. Ish Chico, what's good, bro? He says, morning, fam. Good morning to you. John says, the problem, we depend too much on people that doesn't support you. Long story short, read the room. I can agree with that. Read the room. Definitely know how to read a room. Ms. Ravioli says, may I chime in? Please introduce me to the islander that truly understands the history of Black African American. Stop looking down on Black African Americans. It shows ignorance and is draining. Well, obviously, hold on, bro. Hold on. It seems like you've never been to, especially New York City, where you can find rosters who know history. You gonna tell me rosters don't know history? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Or maybe the history teacher I had when I was in college, the Haitian woman who spoke several languages, who knew all of the history of not just the Caribbeans, but the people here in America as well. So yeah, there are Caribbean people. Or here, welcome, Miss Ravioli, meet Mighty Casey. Mighty Casey, meet Miss Ravioli. Or how about Miss Ravioli meet JahLogic? JahLogic meet Miss Ravioli. You understand, Miss Ravioli? We exist. All right, we exist. All right, let's stop with the generalizations, please. Let's stop with the generalizations.
I was an African American studies minor in college, even though I'm, Caribbean biracial. You know what I'm saying? So I like to think I have a decent knowledge of the history of African Americans from pre-slavery all the way through, you know what I mean, through slavery, through Jim Crow, through the civil rights movement, through the Black Power movement. I like to think I have a decent idea of history as someone who studied it.
You ain't got the answers, Casey.
I don't have the answers.
You ain't got the answers, Casey.
I have some answers. I wish I had all of them.
All right.
A wise man knows that he knows nothing at all.
That too, but history, you can know history, but that don't mean you know it all. But yes, a wise man knows he knows nothing at all, but you can also study your history. So she's talking about history. You know what I mean? She's talking about history. And she also says, and exclude those who look. She said hold on, my fault. Her thing was introduce the islander who truly understands history, the history. So it's not just what you know, it's about understanding of the Black Americans. And she said, stop looking down on Black African Americans. That's not all of us. That's my point. Virginia Sims says, of course, we should call out those people and exclude those who look down upon Black Americans. I just think we have to separate the individuals who do that from the collective who don't. Exactly. No, we can't be with the tribalism and the generalizations. That's very dangerous. You understand? You don't win a war by excluding yourself. You don't win a war by putting walls around yourself and just being in a box. You know what I mean? You got to go play the field. You got to go get allies. That's how you win a war. You understand? And let's also be clear. The people in the Caribbean are not asking for reparations from North American people. The people in the Caribbean are asking for reparations actually probably before us. Before ADOS was a thing, CARICOM was asking for reparations from the Britain and France and etc. So let's not get it fucked up. The Caribbean got their own reparation movement. There's niggas here who that didn't have the reparation movement till just recently. Let's keep it fucked up.
I don't know. For decades we've been talking about reparations. Your boy Malcolm X was taking it.
I'm talking about organizing these ADOS things. So, but Malcolm X definitely said a lot. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X definitely said a lot. But we're talking about his Caribbean mother. But we're talking about this ADOS situation. Before ADOS was taking it there, and before our country was actually considering it, our country was considering it before this, because they're talking to some considering it now.
They were considering. They've been trying to get. Who was it? I can't think of his guy's name right off the top of my head. It starts with a C. Anyway, there was a senator who passed away in the last 3 years. He was in Congress like 30 years. Every year he put forth the legislation, HR 40. Right now that they're actually studying, he put that forth every single year. I think his last name was Conley or Conway or something like that. John Conyers. John Conyers is his name. John Conyers was putting that legislation in every single year, and they just kept voting it down. But that being said,
they have the support of black folks.
Huh? Did he have the support of black people? Of course, but he didn't have the support. But there weren't enough black people in Congress at the times when he was trying to put it through. But that being said, let's look at Obama's goofy ass. He sat in there for 8 years and never even put it up. You know what I'm saying? He sat in there for 8 years, and the best we got out of him was an unfunded My Brother's Keeper bullshit. Listen, I'm not a big fan of Obama. You know what I'm saying? Either, by the way, but. Yeah, man. I think we have to do. I think we as a culture. And when I say culture, I mean black diaspora culture. We have to do a better job of establishing the code and sticking to the code so that way we can exclude the people who aren't supposed to be included. So the people, you know what I mean? If you're out here taking money from the NAACP to fight your legal battles and grabbing the bag and then turning around and saying Donald Trump's dick tastes tasty, you know what I mean? Then that's on you. For doing that, but that's on us if we allow you to come around us to do that shit.
Hold on.
You talking about Candace?
Yeah, I'm talking about Candace. Yes.
Good boy.
The same thing with Joe Biden's dick is tasty.
This is true. This is true.
Hold on.
Yes.
You said, hold on. But niggas said dick tastes tasty. That came out too smoothly. Like you thought of that before. That's not the first time you used that, schoolboy. Not the first time you used that at all.
Actually, what I was thinking about was, unfortunately, I'm going to go ahead and pivot real quick. Unfortunately, what I was thinking about was one of my homegirls told me I need to drink more water because she said, yo, you taste a little salty, nigga. I was like, damn.
That is not a homegirl.
You can't be coming around here with the salty dick, nigga. I need you to drink more water. And that's why, Vanessa, you're laughing. I don't appreciate that. But yeah, I get it.
You eat. You are what you eat.
I was down in Wendy's sandwiches and Checkers and shit when I was eating wings and shit. And she was like, "Nigga, get out of here with that shit." She a vegetarian and shit, so she was wilding on me. Yeah, she was feeling the kind of way.
You fucking up her diet.
We all need a little protein in our life. You know what I mean?
All right. Virginia Slim says, "Okay, we read this." Salute to Virginia Slim. Mills Lane says, "African American history." First of all, I want to say stand corrected, schoolboy. Stand corrected. That's why you're here. And salute and rest in peace to Senator John Conyers.
Congressman.
He died as a congressman. He was from the U.S. House of Representatives from Michigan. And I went
to school with his kid, man, and his son it was kind of cool, man. His son was actually, at first I was like, yo, this nigga's what I'm saying, he's one of them niggas. But he actually turned out to be a pretty decent individual.
No doubt. Salute to Virginia Sim for that comment. Mills Lane says African American history. First, I learned about a motherland. Then I learned about different stops on a slave ship. Finally, I learned black was the natives. And speaking of the natives who were here, who already had the complexion that we now consider in this social construct of black, which is why you have a lot of movements out there now saying, don't call me black, call me Native American, call me indigenous, because they believe that the term black takes from their nationality. And once they take from their nationality, it takes from their birthright, history, etc. Redemption says, agreed, schoolboy. Schoolboy stay cooking knowledge. And Redemption is laughing at Slim. And Lorville says, Steph over here thinking about a master plan, not giving a damn about the topic. Now he care. He just came in mid-tape furniture moving. You know what I mean? So he just let us get it out. But he came in with his, you know what I mean?
Yo, furniture moving. This man got a damn a polo shirt on. That's how you move furniture, bro?
Hey, I don't care what they told you. Fat boys can't wear plaid.
Oh, yeah, niggas, they throwing shots early this morning. All right, cop up.
Nigga, you need to line up that damn hairline, bro, before you start talking that shit.
What hairline?
I'm supposed to be ugly. What's your fucking
excuse? See the ceiling off your head. What's he doing here? Hey, he muted our mics. I think.
No. You got an undershirt on?
No, I ain't got no undershirt on.
Bro, you in Florida, you ain't got no undershirt on? You just gonna be sweating through your shit?
Nigga, you can't. I know you ain't got no undershirt on. Your shit way too tight.
Yeah, and I ain't got no I'm in Virginia. You know, we ain't got the same kind of heat y'all got down there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got that slave heat down in Florida.
Nigga, your niggas going.
we got the breeze up here. You know what I'm saying?
That shit was trash. That cracking session was trash, man.
It was. I don't know why you did
it. It seemed like a good idea. I gave y'all a chance. Anyway,
Trump and Biden put y'all to shame. They roast session was way better than y'all.
They really was. That man called that man a clown.
Shut up.
Hold on, we're gonna get to that. Hold on, we're gonna get to that. But Copper Aboriginal. Speaking of my point, that person right here, whoever this is someone who believes in their nationality as a native here. That's why they call themselves an Aboriginal, Copper Aboriginal. But they say, come on, man. I don't know what part they were saying that to, but salute to you, Copper Aboriginal. Brooklyn Honcho says, that's a great point at Mills Lane. Facts. Mills Lane stayed with the good points as well. Virginia Sims says, Harris fought to keep innocent and non-violent prisoners locked up. Speaking to what Steph and Casey was talking about earlier. And hold on, let me just scroll back up. All right. And Brooklyn Honcho said, Mills Lane says, Brooklyn Honcho is a reflection on how we were taught our history. Yes, we were taught that. And I will go as further as to say we probably wasn't taught that so-called Black people were indigenous to this land until we had to do our homework outside of school. That is what I never learned in school. I say that much. I learned a lot. And especially by the time I went to college. In elementary, social studies was bullshit. History and social studies was bullshit, elementary and junior high school and high school. But when I went to college and studied African studies, Caribbean studies, American studies, that's when I finally learned more of what I should be knowing. But it wasn't until I started paying attention to other things and reading other type of books is when I learned about, our Aboriginal roots and all that. I did learn that they looked at the people here as the same, which is why they treated them a certain way when they came here. And when I say here, I mean the Caribbean, because that's where they came first. When they saw the so-called Native Americans and all that, they saw those people of copper skin, just like Homeboy's name was Copper Aboriginal. And they just finished, especially in Italy, battling with the Moors. So they already had that tension. So we already know why they treated us a certain way when they got here. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that. We can go on a tangent. That could be a whole nother episode. Lorville says that's bullshit. Punish the kids, not the parents. Parents work 2 jobs sometimes. Also, I don't care for Camila. And Miss Ravioli says the percentage of Black Americans, BLAM, that are not descendants of slaves / enslaved Blacks is low. The percentage of islanders that understand BLAM in their true history at a microscope level is low. So I'm going to say this. Did you do any homework, any surveys, or is this nigatistics? Huh, Ms. Rapper? Is it speculation? Did we do any surveys? That's what I want to say. Steph, go ahead.
I'm about to say it's crazy because me and Casey been up here disagreeing all morning, but when you was reading that shit, we were like, huh? Niggas make the same face. Like, what are you talking about, Ms. Ravioli?
Mom Mexico says it's the same old caste system. We just feeding into it. And then he goes on to say, we strongly dislike ourselves at the expense of non-Blacks. Same old, same old. I will agree with you with this part. There's a lot of us who dislike ourselves. That I agree with. I see a lot of us, and it comes out in a lot of different ways. And it's different levels of the self-hate that we see. You know what I mean? Virginia Sims says, "Dama bleach. Has anyone seen Black Americans bleach their shit?" You know what? I haven't met any Black Americans who bleach their shit, but we see Black American women who, to wear the foundation to look a little lighter, but not necessarily like straight up bleach they skin.
Michael Jackson?
Oh shit! You know what? Michael Jackson and some of his family members.
Charlemagne allegedly.
Charlemagne, not allegedly. Charlemagne admitted that he went through that skin shit.
None of these niggas count. None of these niggas count, man. We're not claiming them right now.
All right. Margo Mexico says the Caribbean's part of Europe here in the U.S. and continental Africans. I'm gonna read that again because I don't think I fully understood it. The Caribbean's part of Europe here, and I think he was saying that as far as the It was a completion to his other statement. We strongly dislike ourselves at the expense of non-black, same old. I think here in the Caribbeans, parts of Europe, here in U.S., and continental Africans. Kelso was good, bro. He said, top of the morning, good people. Salute to Kelso, man. Good. Salute to the homie. And Ahmed Extra says, Miss Ravioli is one of the many so-called Black Americans that like to think other brothers and sisters outside of the 50 states don't comprehend their history / plight. Miss Ravioli, I'm prone to agree with that. Because and that's one of my things with the whole ADOS conversation is like once you say African descendants or American descendants of slavery, you're going to say that the people in the Caribbean didn't face slavery. Are you going to say they didn't come from Africa? Are you not going to admit that? I'm talking about the term. Are we going to also we're also going to not acknowledge the fact that America's the New World was started in the Caribbean?
Well, the reason for their moniker, because I listened to that early, and I was actually a supporter of ADOS early on. The reason for the name is that they wanted to delineate who would be qualified to get reparations, and that's why they really drilled down. I think they said American descendants of slavery, because that pretty much narrows down who should be who should the benefits apply to if the benefits come in. You know what I mean? But I understand, like, outside of America, a lot of people, even the Spanish speaking people, are like, yo, how come y'all call yourselves Americans, but we're here in South America? Aren't we Americans too? So they get that. I get it.
They should say North American, in my opinion.
They should just say foundational Black Americans and go ahead and shore all that bullshit up.
Right. V, were you trying to say something? Oh, okay. I hear some.
Oh, my fault. That's me.
Okay. Hemp Lord says you done know, and Mills Lane says Conyers. Mills Lane is that dude. He knows his history. Internet says Johnny Cochran was working on reparations and was about to get it, but mysteriously died. Okay, I stand corrected again. I don't mind being corrected, especially by my own. Muhammad Shakur says agreed, schoolboy. And Muhammad Shakur also says that is correct, Miss Johnson. And Virginia Slim says pause, B. And I think he's talking about somebody's talking about the tasty dicks. Virginia Sim says schoolboy got a neck like Roland Martin. and Kelso says, hey yo, pause. And Muhammad Shakur says Cochran was a very healthy man and just randomly passed away due to an aneurysm. And Redemption is laughing. Virginia Slim had his popcorn out earlier. I hope you enjoyed it. And Kelso says, button up, no undershirt, nasty. talking to Steph. And Muhammad Shakur says, Steph versus schoolboy. Laugh. See, it was a good idea. Y'all should have came harder. You know what I mean? Pause. Lord Bell says schoolboy looked like a fat Mark Morrison. And Internet says Muhammad facts. And John says nigatistics. Laugh out loud. Go ahead, V.
I just wanted to say in regards to Johnny Cochran, before he passed, he created this project called the Reparations Assessment Group, where he was trying to unify all of the lawyers in America to create a lawsuit against the U.S. government. And it was, because he had a lot of the hype from the case with OJ, he kind of utilized that, and he started to, work on the reparations lawsuit. That was his dream. He talked about that in a couple of interviews. You guys can go on YouTube and look them up. But I thought that was like a really, really big thing, especially at that time. Not too many people people had spoken about reparations, but it wasn't something that was actually in motion. And he was, honestly, for me, one of the first people who I can say that I know of that even put the idea of reparations out into the universe for Americans. And so I thought that was a great thing. And like they said, he mysteriously died from an aneurysm when he was healthy. I just that was super crazy. So I think that a lot of people don't put enough respect on Johnny Cochran's name. They always associate him to the OJ trial, but he did a lot, and he, won a lot of cases and worked for a lot of Black people. So salute to him.
In his firm,
he's a freedom fighter.
Yes,
he had his own firm. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And I want to say this really quick before I forget and go on with the show. Salute to Redemption for the donation. She said, "Great content." And salute to you, and also salute to Sleazy Aki, aka Grapes to Sleep, for the donation as well. And Kelso says Mike Jack don't count. He had vitiligo and was correcting pigments, and I believe that's also Charlemagne's reasoning too. He said he was correcting pigmentation, the flaws or whatever you want to call it. Miss Ravioli says it's pastatistics at Ja. Okay, pastatistics, you got it. And Redemption Song she's like, what the fuck? And Virginia Sims says Jay Cochran was the truth. RP, yes, RP to that man. And Mama Excore says Miss Smile gets a gold star. Okay. And Casey, I don't know where you're at. Your camera is I see you in the backstage, but your camera's not on, so I'm assuming you had something to do. Possibly a coffee. Oh, there you go. Possibly a coffee break or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this quick. It's a little 7-minute highlight reel before we get into the debates. There was a lot said last night. I laughed. I laughed. Steph cried. No, I'm playing. Steph said it was sad. You know what I mean? I'm trying to make light of it though, and I see both sides. It was sad and humorous. I will say that. But we're going to go ahead and play the 7-minute reel. And
JahLogic.
Yes, sir.
Can I interrupt you really quick? Someone made a comment about me looking like Mark Morrison earlier.
Yes, they did.
I didn't know. I didn't know who that was. I didn't know who that was, so I had to look it up, and then I seen it. And honestly, I think that might be my new theme song, bro. Because I'm definitely a Mac. And yeah, I'm doing my thing. So yeah, that might just be my new theme song, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know about him being fatter, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, but you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna fat shame this morning. You know what I'm saying? I'm healthy, you know what I mean? My blood pressure's right, you know what I'm saying? And all
I always picture him with the glasses, but I just Googled him, man. You kind of do look like this dude, man.
All right, calm down, everybody. That being said, man, you know, I might be fat, but the hoes don't care. Fuck you, nigga.
Shout out to everybody
They do care. They do care. They do care.
Yeah, they care to suck my dick.
Just have to say, hoes don't care as long as they're getting paid. They really don't.
Thank you.
Okay, as long as Schoolboy leaves the $40 on the nightstand, they are just fine.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
$4.20, baby.
I love the balance.
Hey, it's a nigga named Slickback looking for your ass right now for showing his girls. Don't play, nigga.
You gonna keep looking, nigga, because I can fight. So
I love the balance on
it. Hey, if Pimp ain't gonna fight you, he gonna shoot you. What you think that is?
Or cut him.
That ain't how that works.
You gotta catch me first, nigga. You gotta catch me first. I don't stick around for all of these meet and greets and shit. You know what I'm saying? I do what I need to do to get that long.
Nigga said meet and greets. All right, look.
Hey, that nigga short. That nigga shorts his prostitutes and skips town. That is amazing.
Kelso says Schoolboy equal Trick Daddy. Redemption.
Nah, the fact of the matter is a lot of these hoes know that I'm the nigga who gonna walk in. I'm not paying for shit. So if you need somebody to pay, you need to see one of these other niggas, man. Like I'm gonna do my thing, but I'm not paying for shit.
Good job, Schoolboy. Good job. I was gonna say you almost condoned it too much. Muhammad Score says Charlotte and is just a weirdo. MG legit had issues going on. His situation was very complex, but bottom line, I'm not convinced he hated himself. And Sleazy Aki says Schoolboy don't short none of my hoes.
and I meant to say shout out for the donation as well, Sleazy.
No doubt. Salute to Sleazy Aki on the check-in. With all that being said, let's finally get to the get down what we came here for. The highlight reel. You you know what I'm saying, of this. And real quick, Virginia Sims said, what happened to the homie J Doug? Dude must have got sat down for a bid. Well, he was supposed to pull up today, but we decided not to do the Breonna Taylor because we all didn't have all our paperwork and stuff like that up front. But at the same time, J Doug is, well, he's not doing a bid. He's out of town getting money, and he still drops vlogs from time to time on his page. So what you want to do is you want to go to the main page on the Ranters Union, go to channels, go to the channels tab, and when you go to the channels tab, you'll see a list of pages. Schoolboy is there, VeeSmilez channel is there, my channel is there, a lot of our channels are there, and J Doug's channel is there, and you can subscribe to him. So when he drops vlogs, even though he's on the road, you can still support that man. We kind of went off on a tangent on prostitutes, etc. Let's go ahead and get into the debates, the highlight reel from these debates.
Prostitutes, I was talking about hoes.
Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? I'm well. I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you,
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
He doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You pick
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have any
Under that
idea
plan,
what
you
this
have
clown's
socialized, they
doing?
call it
Do you have any do?
socialized medicine.
Mr. President.
Let people know.
He doesn't
You're a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why would you answer that
because
question?
the question is,
the question is, Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
This
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
I'm not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on.
A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President.
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
You see,
And it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
okay.
Oh, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it.
He says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code, and he does take advantage of it. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And
But why didn't you do it over
Oh,
the
no,
last
wait,
25
no,
years?
Because you
Why
weren't
didn't
president.
you do it over
Because
the
you
last
weren't
25
president
years? No,
screwing
no,
things
no.
up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe.
Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you
I'm
go first.
urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean
I'll
you're going
tell
to
you
tell
what
your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm
prepared
willing to do
specifically
that, but
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
You want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director.
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia. That's what his FBI, FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, thank you and good night.
So there you have it. Those were the highlights. I took notes myself, so I'm gonna go with my notes. But if anybody has anything to say off top, I'll let you start. Starting with you, Vanessa. Did you see anything that you wanted to speak about?
I thought that this was hilarious. As you guys know, I have never voted. I have no plans on voting. And they're not convincing me to vote either. But I think that this is entertaining for the first time in our presidency. I do respect how, I can't say respect though. I guess I say I'm entertained by how forthcoming Donald Trump is. I mean, not the fact that he's saying anything that's true, because he's been known to spread fake news himself, but the fact that he's just so straight in calling out a lot of the things. And the fact that, only thing I could say that disappoints me about this entire debate is that the actual issues that people are encountering now, especially with this whole COVID thing and with what's happening in American society, it's not being tackled. It's not being encountered. Like a lot of the issues that a lot of Americans and people in America, period, are dealing with are not even being discussed in any way, shape, or form. They're literally just going back and forth about both of themselves. They're not covering anything about, you know, the people who they're supposed to be representing. So I think that's the only disappointing thing in this situation.
I think they when you watch it in full, they did address the people, but it kind of still was a little narcissistic on how they did it. So you do have a good point, but they did have times like Joe Biden have several times looked directly into the camera and was like talking to the people about, you know, some shit that make him look better or make Trump look bad, but based on what the people was going through. They talked about the businesses, and they also talked about see, he's doing it right here. He's talking straight to the camera. He talked about the businesses and people you know, being sick and etc. I'll go into that with my notes. But Schoolboy, are you there with us? Or are you on a little break? What's going on? All right, Schoolboy's on a break. Steph, did you have something you want to say before I like go through my detailed notes and access about those different things that I picked up on? Do you have anything to say? Your mic is on Teddy Riley. No, it's off. You got it. You got it.
Oh, you kind of know what I think about this whole thing. It's a whole shit show. We gained nothing from it. So if you want to get to your notes, man, you go ahead. Go.
I'm just give everybody a quick, So, but I appreciate that. Casey, you have anything to say before I go to my notes?
Yeah. I thought it was entertaining and at the same time sad. You know what I mean? And I feel like we shouldn't be looking for presidential debates for comedy. We should be looking for these things for what are the real issues that pertain to the nation. And we didn't get that. I thought Biden did a good job just by not really messing up, not really having any gas, not really stuttering or making any stupid lines. I think that, to V's point, I don't think either of them won over anybody who might have been undecided. I think all the Trump supporters are going to say Trump won, and all the Biden fans are going to say Biden won. And I feel that Trump did get Biden on some good points when he brought up the crime bill, which is something that's very important. And also, he brought up his son being on crack, which is, somebody see that as a low blow, talking about someone's family. But the situation is that Joe Biden's son was caught up, smoking crack in a strip club, and he wound up getting a $1 million job, mostly off his father's political connections in the Ukraine, and then, as Trump pointed out, in the $3.5 million in Moscow. So I think that's a very interesting contrast to how Joe Biden treated African Americans who might have got caught up in the crack game in the 90s with his 94 crime bill, which incarcerated so many African Americans and didn't give him the second chances or the opportunities that his son had.
Steph, go
ahead. Casey, I agree with you. That is a very interesting point. However, I don't like it when that is a distraction. When the subject is about the climate,
right?
And you shift over to his crackhead son. That don't make sense. You feel me?
Yeah.
Right? And listen. Of course, I just read this article about Dan Gilbert's two sons. They started up a business, right? And at the age of 19, they're already multimillionaires, right? But they use their father. So even though he's a crackhead, he can still use his father. That's not something we ain't seen before. Hell, his sons have positions, his family members have positions in the White House. No political background, much like himself, but they have jobs in the White House due to nepotism. And I see no problem with that. I don't see him too concerned.
Here's where it is a problem. Everything in politics is quid pro quo. So when you give someone a job who isn't qualified for that job, they're going to be expecting someone back. So Trump giving his family members a job in the White House, they're going to expect something back from him. He's their father, whatever. But the Biden situation is totally different. He was given an overseas job, right, while Biden was vice president. So what does Biden owe to Ukraine after him giving his son, an unqualified person who had a drug? Like, I wouldn't hire a person like God, I love all my recovering drug addicts. Salute to them. But I wouldn't hire a crack addict to do any job. And if they said they're recovering, I'm saying good for them. I'm with them for their recovery. I'm not taking that risk that they're going to go back to their crackheadish behavior and be a crackhead on my job. However,
Casey, you bugging, man.
You can't get.
What was the job? Hold on. Casey, you bugging, man. You gotta hide. Crackheads will fix the shit out your car, bro. You bugging, man.
It really depends on the job, though. I'm not going to hire them to look after my apartment while I'm gone, right? They might steal some. While I'm looking forward there and I see them working on my car, yeah, I'll do that. But I wouldn't let crackhead clean my apartment while I got my money there, my weed there, and my Xbox there. No. Casey. That's what Biden's son was in a position. He was in a position of power where he could take money, he could influence things, and he already has crackheadish behavior.
Casey.
It's not a position you should be in, unless it's just a no-show job, which means
I think it's important to realize there's no need to steal when you don't have. There's no incentive to steal when you already have a lucrative salary.
That's not true.
No, there's no need to steal. Yeah, you talking about people who have greed. There's no evidence that points to him having greed. It's evidence that points to him having an addiction, which is not the same thing. A lot of crackheads don't steal because they want to. They steal out of necessity, correct? right? It's not like if they didn't use up all their resources, they wouldn't have stole their mama's TV. They wouldn't have pawned this and that. You know what I'm saying?
Correct,
Let's keep it real. They own. If you have the money coming in, you're not going to do all that.
All right, look, I don't want to beat up a dead horse, but his son being on the Bing Bing was definitely on my notes. So let's go ahead and wait till. And was it? I thought it was cocaine, not crack.
Nah, he was smoking crack in a DC strip club.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was with the mayor.
Nah, this was way after Marion Barry.
I forgot about that. He got caught at the strip club smoking crack. Like, bruh.
They were trying to get him out of there. Like, yo, get him out of there. And mind you, under Joe Biden's own laws from the 90s, if he was caught for that off a first offense, he would do something like 20 years in jail. Right? Off Biden's own laws, right? Because it was crack, not coke. If he was doing coke, it might have been like 3 years. But because
just imagine that conversation. Mr. Biden, sir, what are you doing? Well, I'm just smoking a little crack. Well, sir, you can't smoke crack in the building. I think it's illegal still. I know they're kind of decriminalizing weed, but pretty sure crack is still on that list, sir. Yo, well, just hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Getting it in.
And I'm not saying crackhead
see that's so unrealistic. You ever try to
Joe Biden didn't
break up no crack session
opportunities?
Guys, not one mic.
My fault. I'm not saying like people who had drug addiction shouldn't get separate opportunities, second jobs. I'm saying off me just being scared. I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying nobody should hire crackheads. I'm saying me. And I'm just pointing the contrast of how Joe Biden treated Black people who got afflicted by the crack epidemic in the 80s and 90s when he helped Bush first pass the crack v. coke laws, and then he helped pass the crime bill, and then he helped Clinton reinstate the crack v. coke laws. That's all Biden. And then I think it's ironic that his son winds up smoking crack while he put so many people in jail with those laws for doing it, who didn't get second chances, who didn't get opportunities to get jobs in the Ukraine making millions of dollars a year, right?
Now,
so I just think it's ironic.
Two points. It's a different law for when you get caught selling it and when you get caught using it. That is a different thing. It is. No, it is. Also,
the issue is a Black person getting caught using it would probably get hit with intent to distribute as well.
That was the problem.
All right, listen.
They were treating addicts like criminals.
Right. Say your other point, and then Ms. Ravioli say hers, so I can get to my notes, so we can really take this thing apart, because I pretty much have the highlight in my notes as well. The highlights. You had a second point, Steph?
Yeah, I done forgot it now.
My fault, Ms. Ravioli. You had a point. Well, first off, good morning, Ms. Ravioli. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I think that the debate went exactly the way I believed it would go. I believe that Joe Biden would be over-talked by the president. And I believe that the president was not going to answer most of the questions, that he was just going to simply respond. And as it pertains to the crackhead fixing your car, be careful that they don't mess up something else, because they are conniving. And I don't know if that's something you want to do. And to Steph, yes, the crackhead will steal even if they have everything, because usually an addict is insatiable, and it's not just that there's no limit. There's no limit to what they won't do, because they're never satisfied, Steph. They are never satisfied.
Okay. All right, duly noted. I took some notes, and the first thing I noticed is, well, first off, before I get to the notes, let me go to the comments, because they're speaking on what they saw right away and what we were saying. So, I like to salute the comments really quick. So Kelso says, Trump a bully, bruh. And Redemption says, Biden has so many zingers he could have employed, but failed miserably. That's a fact. I think those of us who were expecting Biden to say something, back at him, but I mean, he gave us the, shut up thing, but outside of that, he did. He failed. There's no way around that. He failed. If you watch the whole thing in full, he failed. Brooklyn Honcho says clown. He did call him a clown though. Kelso says Trump is too charismatic. he knows that if you get your opponent flustered, you will win the argument. A social genius. He definitely he flooded the shit out of Biden when he asked him. He said he told him he said that he didn't have any law agencies backing him, and Biden said, "Yeah, I do." And he said, "Who? Name how many?" Nigga Biden said, and then just kind of put. I'm not going to name anybody. He said because you don't have anyone.
Yo, where's Trump from? He's from Queens, right?
Yeah, he's from Queens.
Oh Lord, yo, doesn't he acts like
Queens niggas is grimy.
I was just about to say he acts like a Queens nigga. It's just like that's not really Brooklyn. That's not a Harlem or that's uniquely Queens.
Hey, I'm gonna stop generalizing now.
R.I.P. King Face, but I think that's why King Face messed with Trump because they was both Queens hustlers. You know what I'm saying?
He definitely King Face was definitely from Hollis, Queens. You know what I mean? Virginia Slim says if Biden wasn't stuttering so much, he would have flamed 45. I think Biden went home and thought about all the shit he should have said. You ever had one of those arguments where you're like, I should have said this, I should have said he probably slept all night dreaming of rebuttals that he should have said all fucking night. You know what I'm saying?
I think he played it smart though. I think like as a boxer, he played it defensively. Like he was just letting Trump kind of time himself out because Biden knows like if he throws, he can make a gaffe and then Trump gonna knock him out. So I think Biden just played making Trump look like the bully, making the refs call offensive fouls against him. I think that was his strategy. I think Biden really can't go jab for jab with Trump when it comes to the insults. Like that's why he called him a clown, told him shut up. Whatever, but Trump gonna keep interrupting you, and Trump gonna bully the moderator too. You know what I'm saying? We need Logic. I think Logic could host the next debate and just put Trump on mute next time he talks too much. Make sure they just do their 2 minutes because that whole system ain't gonna work with a bully like Trump.
All right, Steph, you trying to say something?
I was just saying I remember my point, but it's muted. It's irrelevant at this point.
Well, we can get back to it because I'm sure the notes will bring you back. So make sure you don't lose that point. Louisville says Trump gave Biden that work.
Yo, I was thinking Shampoo should have been the damn moderator. Shampoo would have been a great moderator for that whole situation, bro. Shampoo would have been the perfect. He would have done that shit.
The nigga Shampoo would have became president. Shampoo
right.
He would have became president after that. I think. And then when they brought up the crack shit, Shampoo would have been like, ain't nothing wrong with a little woola.
Yeah. I smoked and I inhaled.
Only a weak man will get addicted to that shit.
Right. You gotta be able to work. You gotta be able to handle your high. You know what I'm saying? Can't be in the strip club getting caught smoking crack.
At least go to the car, pull back in, like Jesus.
Salute to Shampoo, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Act Shampoo if you haven't. I'm sure you have. Ashes Kelso says there's nothing smart about you, Joe. That shit was crazy. Brooklyn Hunter says 47 years and you ain't done shit. He definitely told him he didn't do nothing in 47 years. Virginia Slim says moderator was giving alley-oops to 45 on some you'll like this question, Mr. President. So here's the thing. I heard that, and I think he was just trying to get Trump to shut up so he can ask the next question. I don't think he was definitely giving him the alley-oops. You know what I mean, Slim? Because it was plenty of times where he called Biden Mr. Vice President and he called Trump sir. Like he wasn't the actual fucking president right now. So I don't know if you peeped that. So I don't think that guy was a fan of Trump. Redemption Song says, ever seen the movie Idiocracy? And I've heard great things about it, but I haven't watched it yet.
Really?
Yeah. I'm
Office Space is by the dude who did Office Space. Terry Crews is president. It's kind of wild.
You gotta watch that shit. It's hilarious. Like you gotta be the dumbest person in the country to be the president, and that's what we're literally living through that shit right now.
All right, I'm gonna watch it tonight. I'm gonna catch up. I've been hearing good things about this film for a long time. So Brooklyn Hunter says 2 more rounds of this shit to come, and I'm ready for it. Kelso says, this is what you participate in, Steph. Look at this shit fest. And Steph actually agrees with you, Kelso. It was a shit show, is what Steph originally said. Just One Love says, I don't vote either. She was speaking to Vanessa. Vanessa says she doesn't vote. And Virginia Sim says, yep, at Redemption, we're living that shit. And John says, Joe Biden looked like he did the face-off process with Regis filming. My fault, too soon. And Laura Bell says, Biden was Trump's bitch last night. I mean, that's the way it looked to a lot, but at the same time, I think Casey raised a good point when he said that he was just being on the defensive and letting Trump get all the insults out and look like the bully, which could be he can use in his favor. You know what I'm saying? As the underdog or the civil one, or etc. But at the same time, he wasn't too civil when he was telling dudes shut up. So I don't know. Go to McClown too. Kelso says Biden lost because he got Trump to make him say shut up. See, we just said that. And then he said he let Trump get him out of character. He should have stayed ultra cool.
No,
yo, it's 2020, man.
Hey, listen, I was just about to say that, man. We passed that point. All that other shit, man. Like all that. Oh yes. Oh no. I will obey the rules and I'll become. Nah, tell that fuck nigga to shut up. That's the type of time we on. This society, this population, this group of people ain't like the prior two. Okay, you can't come through like Obama did. There won't be no more Obamas. You got to put a motherfucker in a place right then. That's just how he is now. Okay. You got to check some bullshit at the door. And I do want to say one thing though, dude. That motherfucker was sitting there lying to us like we don't got fact checks on our phone. Just lying, saying shit that just wasn't factually not true. Deflected. I talked about sometimes we come to the show ill prepared, but my God, you're the president, the sitting president of the United States, and you came to a debate unprepared. Your only strategy was to deflect and avoid. Motherfucker look like Floyd Mayweather out there the way he was dodging the questions. I've never seen it this egregious and at such a high stage. Come on, this ain't no mayoral election. You see that goofy shit in one of these rural cities when somebody running for mayor. The president, come on, fam.
I could dig it. You sound mad like when Obama bombed the moon, how mad I was. You sound that kind of mad. Slim says that stand by and stand down shit was crazy. The Proud Boys started making t-shirts with that slogan on it. You're right. That was crazy. There's also shut up t-shirts, Biden 2020 t-shirts out there. I think I'm in the wrong business. Guys,
yeah, I'm about to say. I think I'm gonna start making Proud Boy shirts. Real shit. I'm gonna go ahead and put that shit on my shop. Stand by and shut up. Stand by and whatever else he said. And put that shit and put Proud Boys at the bottom and wait for them to sue me. But by the time they come and get me, I'm gonna have all the money in my pocket. I'll be like, I'll close that shit down. Don't worry about it.
Yo, there's a whole bunch of white people making money off Black Lives Matter shirts.
Yo, let me tell you something. Let me tell you some shit, yo. There's whole depending on where you live and not too far from where I live in certain communities that are very pro-Trump. There are whole stores dedicated to Trump merchandise. Whole stores. You know what I mean? Like the store is literally just a Trump merchandise store, and I've seen a few of them already. So that's kind of crazy. Kelso says, nah, crackheads can change the hell out of some oil. Facts. And Keenan Khan says cocaine is not crack though. That's why I thought he was on cocaine, but they corrected me. They say he was smoking crack, Keenan. They said the man was smoking crack. Let me see. Virginia Sims says all these rich people practice nepotism. It is a surprise. That's true. And Kelso says everyone in power does coke. It's a drug whites can function on. That's also true. It's definitely it's a rich man's drug. It's a lot of people in power that do it. Yeah, I agree with that. You know what I mean? You go in certain rooms and it's just a norm type of thing. You know what I mean? So Redemption says facts, Casey. Keenan says, oh, so I think when I thought the same as what he thought, and you guys corrected me and said his son was smoking crack. Keenan is saying, oh, and Sleazy Aki says he recently got caught. And Virginia Sim says Steph is right. 45 did a whole lot of deflecting and distracting. That was his main tactic. I agree with that. Kelso says all I need is one pipe. Nas. And Laura Bell says Biden's son was like, I'm white, I can smoke crack, I make a stack and not get punished for that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, boss. HB2N says, good morning, Miss Ravioli. Salute to the Rants Jr. Salute to you, HB2N. The other day you were saying some real shit on live about loving what you do and still making money and things of that nature, and actually talking about growing outside of the whole troll thing. And it was the same day where I expressed disgust with us doing trolling in a certain way versus what the Russians were doing when they were trolling our country and actually organizing protests and all of that. That was on the last episode. So you touched me right here, my dude. So I sent you.
Oh, yo, I missed that with the Russian thing because my homie they tried to get him caught up.
Hold on. You can say after, but HB2N. So that's why I sent you that donation. That was me. It came from Mr. M, but that's me. Just so you know, HB2N. What were you saying, Casey?
You know our homie Omawale, the dude who does the MMA, the vegan MMA guy?
Yeah.
He actually got caught up in that whole Russian trolling thing because they was doing Russian farms that was supporting Black Lives Matter. They were doing Russian farms that supported white supremacists. But one of the organizations I think was giving his organization money, and he was doing a lot of good positive things with veganism and MMA.
He got the vegan fest, right?
Yeah, but he got caught up in that whole Russian troll thing. And my thing with the whole Russian troll thing, I watched a documentary on HBO the other day. They spent like $100,000 just to create some bots. Hillary Clinton had $1 billion. So it's not like these Russian trolls just, had all this power. And what does it say about America? If a couple bots can change the way you think. Meaning you weren't really thinking right in the first place. Means you was probably propagandized by someone else.
Well, it's called propaganda. Propaganda is real. So yeah,
on both sides, American propaganda is the worst. If you look at how America interferes in people's elections, whether it be assassinating leaders, military coups, propaganda in the elections, like buying out the papers, like they're horrible. And there's like people in America who we don't know, so-called deep state, who interfere in our own elections, people you might not see, and they're really pricking the people to be in power and making Americans think like we have control of this election. I think that's why they was mad at the trolls, because these deep state Obama, Bush, Clinton bureaucrats is like, wow, these people are doing what we're trying to do. We're the only people who can brainwash these people and make sure that they vote a certain way or don't act a certain way. So I think
that's an interesting take. I wish you was definitely there for that episode, but thank you for that breakdown. And I think my main thing was that we used trolling for unproductive things. You know what I'm saying? Whereas they were using trolling for something as powerful as influencing politics and social activism in another country, which is bugged the fuck out to me. You know what I mean? Brooklyn Hydro says, smash that like button, people. And he said it, not me. So go ahead, smash the like button, y'all. And Steph is back. And Virginia Sims says, rich kids been getting away with fuckery since the beginning of time. This is regular shit. That's a fact. Also says, Fortune 500 companies and law firms are full of high-functioning cokeheads, don't sleep, as well as the stock market. I told you guys a story in the past where I had a cousin of mine who used to work at in Wall Street, and I would go up there. He wasn't doing stocks; he was doing the IT. He would do the tech support. So we would get to be like the fly on the wall in the office, and man, them dudes was coked the fuck up out there doing them stocks and shit like that. So HB2N says Biden called Trump a clown. Low key, Biden won round one. To me, kept his cool. Okay, that's what's up. So we got somebody who saying Biden won. And Sleazy Aki says, I'm from Queens. Salute to Trump. And Eggy is laughing. And Keenan says, Biden has been stuttering his whole life. HB2N said, can you imagine? We know what that's in reference to. And Sleazy Aki says, KC, shout out to Logic hosting the debates and muting people. And Brooklyn Hodge says, who is Shampoo? Shampoo is another podcaster that I used to partner with. I used to partner with him on producing the second season of his show that Schoolboy was also on, called Time to Heal. It was a show that was supposed to be about domestic violence, but it kind of went all over the place. But it was a classic as far as podcasts go. Keenan says, Brooklyn Honcho, king of all. Okay, so yeah, he also tells you who he is. Lorville says the debate should have been Kamala versus Trump. Biden has never been a good debater. Well, she's gonna have a chance, you know what I mean, to debate. I don't think she's gonna debate Trump, you know what I mean, but she's gonna have a chance to debate. But it is president versus president. I think that's fair, but I understand what you're saying. But Biden got to hold his own, you know what I'm saying? As a man, as the man trying to run for president, he got to hold his own. Laura Bell says, what did Trump lie about, Steph? He was all over the place when it came to the corona shit. And I know you was asking about. I know you was asking Steph, but that's what I picked up on off top.
How about to say? Now, this is one thing. This is what people do, right? They'll give you partial truths, right? And they'll make it seem like they'll make it shit sound sweet. You know, if any married people watching, you know how that shit go. Make the shit sound good, even though you didn't tell the whole truth. And that's kind of what he was doing last night. Like he just kept the thing I was talking about where he was saying, I've done more for black people, and he bases that off the unemployment rate. Right?
You talk about the unemployment rate, yep.
Yeah. The unemployment rate was the lowest it had been, but before that it was pretty low when he got in office. So anything if it kept trending, right? But not to mention when he never took responsibility when it spiked back up. Right? He only took responsibility when it was at its lowest, not when it went back up.
Right. Let me see. Eggy says, like a Tyler who didn't get his way. Yeah, I think, I seen a meme out there where they both were looking like Tylers. I'm gonna say they both kind of look like Tylers. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's as far as the Tyler comment goes. Brooklyn Honchos, and good morning, Eki. First of all, good morning to you. And I hope your Queens Incorporated does decide to do something with our Rant Network. I know we could be a little edgy up here, but I think there's a space for everybody. So just get at me soon, sister. All right. Brooklyn Honcho says, I know this nigga Biden wanted to throw a Frank stand at Trump.
Pause.
I ain't going front, man. I thought they was going to fight. My homeboy texted me and said, I got $5 that they going to fight. And I said, I ain't taking that bet. I thought they was going to scrap. I thought it was going to go there. And Virginia Sims says 45 strategy is using ad hominem attacks. We'll continue to see this for the rest of the election. HB2N says, salute Logic. I really appreciate that, man. Well, salute to you, man. You know we appreciate you up here, big homie. And HB2N says, salute Logic. Really appreciate. Oh, hold on. I'm bugging. I said Brooklyn Honcho said that. HB2N says, salute Logic. I really appreciate that, man. We appreciate you, HB2N, and I really enjoyed what you had to say. And that's why I sent that. So no doubt. I appreciated you, and I was showing my appreciation. Redemption song says facts at Slim. All right, so and Redemption says Jah on repeat. I don't know. I think I was repeating something. I don't know. But all right, so check it out, right? So as far as the notes go, this is what I wanted to bring up. So they talked about Trump replacing Ruth. Correct me if I'm saying her name wrong. Casey Andor Schoolboy Ruth. What's her name?
Bader Ginsburg.
Say it again.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
RBG, not the real RBG.
Right, not to be confused with red, black, and green. But they talked about them trying to replace her seat or being on the verge of replacing her seat. Like before the actual election. And my question to the panel is, do you think that's something they should do? Or if you even care about that, do you think they should replace her before the election, or should they wait till after the election? Schoolboy, starting with you. Your mic is on Teddy Riley, Schoolboy.
Hold on, replace who?
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Nah, they should definitely wait till after the election. That's just the precedent. But we've got a president who doesn't respect precedent, so he's probably going to replace or try to anyway. Like in 2020, the way things are going, the rules don't really apply. Like you really just got to make this shit up as you go. That's just how it's panning out. You got a so-called billionaire who only pays $750 in taxes. You got the world's most wealthy people in the world. They're not really paying no taxes. Meanwhile, it's teachers paying more taxes than billionaires. Like, yo, if you don't know yet, the rules is out the window. So he's gonna try. If the Democrats were not a part of the same party that the Republicans were in, they would find a way to block it. But they're gonna find a way to roll over and take it, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. So, I honestly, for my children, I'm trying to avoid going to this inevitable, civil strife. But if that's what the country wants, that's what it's gonna get, man.
We didn't get to that part of the notes yet. Steph, Steph. Do you think they should replace Ruth's seat before the election?
Hell no. Hell no. We just seen this 4 years ago where they wouldn't let Obama put anybody in before he was going out. Like, why would we do that now on an election? If you get it, if he wins the election, he can resume business as normal. No big deal. But if we can't allow someone who might not be there to be putting people in. Them the rules. And the same people who are lobbying for it were lobbying against Obama just 4 years ago. Mitch McConnell literally just said it. So no, they should not.
It's Ravioli. It's Ravioli.
I don't think that they should replace the judge for that seat, put someone in that seat. However, Donald Trump never obeys the rules, and he pretty much stated last night that he is the president for 4 years. Like, he's basically saying, I'm the president for the whole time, so I'm going to do whatever I can do all 4 years. I'm not the president for 3 years and 6 months. So I believe he's going to do it.
Mm-hmm. Casey, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, Obama did try to do it, but Obama didn't have control of the Senate. So that's why it didn't happen back in 2016. So Trump is trying to do the same thing that Obama tried to do, but Trump has the Senate behind him, so we actually can do it. So it's in terms of should he? I mean, he shouldn't do anything. Trump shouldn't be doing anything. He shouldn't be president. In terms of who he's putting in, it's going to be conservative. Obviously, abortion rights is going to be big, and there's that's not a black issue because there's black people on both sides of the abortion issue. There's black people who are pro-abortion and anti-abortion. So other than that, her political views, I think really people need to start looking at the way these people view business, because that's a lot of the big Supreme Court decisions are letting these tax cuts happen that let Trump pay $750. It's not like Trump made the law and paid it. That was Obama, Bush, everyone before. They made these laws so rich people like Trump could get away with not paying taxes when hardworking, working class people get taxed crazy, get liens when they don't pay their shit, you know what I mean? Go broke, all sorts of stuff. So I think it's not whether he can or,
I said should. I was asking you should he, but go ahead.
If I was in his position, I would.
Okay. Fair question. Fair answer. And the wacky world of OTV says the mighty Casey is my dog. And Shaharia says Grand Rising fam and Steph, she saluted you. And salute to Shaharia. Feel free to check out Silence Kills, the podcast we have on this channel based on domestic violence.
Hold on. I don't know whether to feel special or isolated because she called y'all fam and just me, Steph.
Yeah.
I think you should feel special. I think she's giving you a shout out. We're all fam, but she's saying shout out to you.
Nah, I'm just joking.
And let me put me out there. Virginia Simpson says, I take a shot every time I hear your mic is on Teddy Riley.
That would be a good debate game if Logic was the host of Biden and Trump. You would get alcohol poisoning though with them two dudes. Teddy Riley would do every second.
All right, so I'm gonna say that I don't think that they should replace the seat. I agree with that. I don't think they should replace the seat. I think they should go ahead, go through the elections, and then replace the seat. But I am being biased because I don't really trust Trump's opinion / leadership. So that's pretty much where I'm coming from with it. So
I'm about to say, plus these are lifetime appointed positions. You see what I'm saying? Like you got somebody who will gonna be there for 4 months making a lifetime appointed decision. That sounds crazy.
I don't trust Biden either, though. I don't trust Biden making the Supreme Court justice. He's a corrupt.
Okay. You don't trust Biden, or I get it. You don't trust anybody. Apparently,
no, I don't trust Biden.
However,
I trust you. I trust a lot of people. I just don't trust politicians.
Hold on. Let me finish. This administration has a track record of putting people who aren't qualified in those lifetime positions, and the only reason they're getting these seats is because they're young and they're Republican. That's it. Because they know they're going to be in there for another 60 to 70 years. That's the only reason why they got the jobs.
I see one person, Brett Kavanaugh, and I'm not a fan of his.
I'm about to say Brett Kavanaugh is just one of many. It's not like they just did two. It's a slew of them. I think it was a 35-year-old white woman. I forget her name, but she was appointed. She hadn't even been practicing for 10 years. Hadn't even tried a case. They have multiple people who haven't tried cases as lifetime judges. You understand? He has a track record of doing this just because they're young and conservative. That's it.
That's crazy. Now,
Biden put in the laws he instated in terms of the crime bill, other things. His record towards criminal justice is putting people who are too effective. He's putting the prosecutors who are too effective at imprisoning black men and causing mass incarceration. Too effective at over prosecuting innocent black men. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, either way, I don't trust either of them. And you're right, Trump is more incompetent, but Biden's competency, you might act like a senile old man, but there's people who control him. Same people who controlled Obama, same people who control Bush, Clinton. It's a lineage. Don't let them fool you with Republicans and Democrats, because the same corporations is controlling all these people, starting the same wars, helping out the same Wall Street corporations.
You know what I believe, Casey? I think this is one of the cases where you want to say, Steph, you're right, but you refuse to.
No,
I'll take it anyway.
You're right. Trump is definitely more incompetent than Biden. That's true.
And that shit is crazy to put somebody who hasn't tried a case into a lifetime job. That sounds nuts. You know what I'm saying? HB2N says, I had to download that N8 Grand Rising too. Salute to you, HB2N, for that. And Redemption says Steph has a valid argument. So she's saying it. Steph is right as well. And the wacky world of OTV says an Illinois congressman stated that Trump is quick to replace Ginsburg with someone who shares his views in order to get rid of the Affordable Health Care Act as quick as possible. So that's a fair point as well. So I think we got to the bottom of that. And my next thing I wanted to talk about was let's talk about this fake news situation. They talk about a lot about fake news, about propaganda coming from the news. And my take on that is that's not new. I feel like when Obama was president, the news were anti-Obama a lot of ways, and Trump is president, you hear a lot of anti-Trump news. I feel like the news, and then at the same time, at opportune moments, they big them up. You know what I mean? Or they give them. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's a game when it comes to the news. But how do you guys feel about the news? Do you feel the news is all liberal or fake news or whatever? Starting with Schoolboy. Your mic is on Teddy Riley. Virginia Slim, take a shot.
Hey, I didn't hear the question all the way. Could you repeat the question for me?
You know how people always talk to it's fake news and the liberals in the news. Meanwhile, where were the liberals when they were roasting Obama for wearing a tan suit? You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
so I got my mic working again. Here's the thing, man. The CIA has already admitted to planting and developing assets in the media. So the fact of the matter is the same way that they do in other countries, they see the media with these fake news stories and stuff like that and kind of guide the conversation. They're doing that here. And the government's already said that they do that. It's a well-known fact. So when Donald Trump says fake news, he's reaching people who agree because he's right. There's a lot of fake news out here. If all you do is watch the news and you don't check out, sources of information like this one and other podcasts, then you're not really getting a full understanding of what you're seeing on the news. So fake news definitely exists. Matter of fact, Russia does a really good job. You guys realize that Russia is like, what is the word? A very small percentage. Their population, a very small percentage of our population. Their army can't see us on no battlefield head up. Like straight up and down, the only way that Russia is able to exert control in America is through propaganda and psyops, and that's what's happening. So, yeah, fake news is a thing. Russia does it really well, and what do you know? Their candidate talks about it a lot.
So that's kind of why I was getting at too. Even though he's talking about it being fake news, do you feel like the fake news is sometimes working for them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because we've already seen during the Russia investigation that Russia specifically has bots. Like, I'm pretty sure we've all seen them. There are bots on social media who try to act like they're black, and they'll kind of like egg on a conversation. And you're like, yeah, I don't really care that much about this, but this one person's going real hard in the paint for the bullshit. And it's like, who is this person? You go to their social media page. It's a black picture. They got pictures of watermelons and fried chicken, and they're saying a few things that's, you know, along the lines of stuff we would say, but the rest of their profile is weird. It is what it is, man. They out here.
It's a troll. Yo, Steph, thoughts on fake news, liberal media, quote unquote liberal media?
To a degree, okay. Because if I recall, did Fox not back Donald Trump in the last election?
I mean, I feel like they did.
I know, like literally came out and backed him. I believe they were the first media outlet to ever to endorse a president, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So that being said, like they eat. Of course, they have an agenda, right? Of course, they're going to be far right. Plus, he gives Fox News, he gives them credit, and then dismisses all other media outlets. You see what I'm saying? So he has a channel with I don't know how many subscribers and viewers who tune in every night, who are going to hear how great Donald Trump is every single night. Now, unfortunate for him, it's still a news outlet. So when they have a story that comes out about him, if they get the story first, they're still going to break it.
Right.
Honestly, like the whole investigation about him being impeached, they broke that shit.
Right. Ms. Ravioli, thoughts on quote unquote fake news, liberal media, right wing media, etc. Do you think they exist?
I think they definitely exist. I think the fake news is something that the president talks about a lot, but I definitely also believe that he's a part of it. Like, he contributes to it greatly. And a lot of times, toxic people or abusive people, they will tell on themselves, but they'll make it seem like somebody else is doing the very thing that they are doing. Just like when he was talking about the ballots and cheating as it pertains to voting. So I believe that, yes, the fake news is out there, but I also believe that he is one of the masterminds behind the fake news.
That's what I believe. That's why I asked that. That's why I posed that question too. Not to coerce anybody into saying what I believe, but I want to know if I was the only one who sees this shit. You know what I mean? But Casey, go ahead. What's your thoughts on the
Schoolboy made a very good point about Operation Mockingbird, which was a CIA operation to infiltrate news media, and they was going to the New York Times, the Washington Post, to get like a CIA view to propagandize their wars, to cover up things like the JFK assassination, cover up stuff like them running cocaine during Iran-Contra. So what people need to understand is that America operates off divide and conquer fake news. So Fox News is fake news, MSNBC is fake news. Both of their jobs are to divide and conquer Americans while we don't look at things like the wars they're fighting or the Wall Street exploitation or Big Pharma. If you watch Fox or MSNBC, you're going to see mad pills, mad ads for pills. And that's why you have a major opioid epidemic, and Big Pharma is responsible, but you'll never hear about it on Fox or MSNBC. So what people don't know is you have Roger Ailes. He was an old Bush CIA guy. He's the founder of Fox News, right? If you watch the movie Bombshell, he's the old sexually harassing, bigot, racist, sexist. Now, one of his best friends, who he had lunch with every week, is Rachel Maddow, the lesbian, feminist MSNBC person. But they're mad cool. because they're part of the divide and conquer agenda. So even though you would think Fox and MSNBC would be beefing, they're not beefing. They're strategizing. That's why they always cover the same stories. But Fox will cover the racist agenda, and then MSNBC will cover the Black Lives Matter shit, because they're all about divide and conquer. They want to put black people, poor black people against poor white people, because that's Fox's main demographic, the poor white people.
Right.
MSNBC is really elite rich white people, and they're the snobby. They think they support BLM. Meanwhile, they're still gentrifying. They're still doing a lot of things that are toxic to the world and the community. And meanwhile, no one is reporting the wars. MSNBC let Obama just bomb Libya. Rachel Maddow called it a noble war, and that noble war turned a Pan-African progressive state where women have rights to a haven for slavery, Islamic extremism, where women were stripped of their rights. So I think both sides is fake news. So Trump is siding with the Fox, the right-wing fake news, and then you have MSNBC, and that's Obama. So when Obama was in office, MSNBC was treating him like the hero of all heroes. They didn't talk nothing about Fast and Furious, where he was running drugs to Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Didn't talk nothing about Benghazi or Libya or Syria, where he's supporting ISIS. They didn't talk about none of that stuff, just how Fox don't talk about none of the bad stuff that Trump does, because we have a divide and conquer agenda that either wants you to put in the left box or the right box and doesn't want you to think for yourself.
Okay. Let me really quick go into the comments. Redemption says, although not appointed by Trump yet, was on a short list for Supreme Court. Daniel Cameron never tried a case, but then she goes on to say, correction, law clerk for 2 years, 6 as an attorney. The threshold was 8 years to qualify. I'm spreading misinformation. It's all good. You corrected yourself. You did your homework. And Redemption, we know you smart. We know you one of the smartest people in the chat. Come on. You ain't gotta go so hard on yourself. Virginia Sims says, left-leaning sources big up Biden, right-leaning sources big up Trump. It's all propaganda aimed at the American people. Kelso says, Russia are cybercrime geniuses. They have no laws against cybercrime. And Kelso also goes on to say, after Q died, they infiltrated World Star comments with race bots. Wow, I didn't know that. I need to look.
When he was alive too.
Oh, wow. And Virginia Sim says, facts, Steph, that dude Hannity came out on stage at a Trump rally. Dude caters his tweets and talking points directly from what he sees on Fox. And Mills Lane, we're going to get to this part, but he says, Proud Boys, stand down and stand by Trump. We're definitely going to get to that part. And next on my list of things that stood out to me that I want to talk about is, did you guys peep the part where Biden looked directly in the camera and said, how many, and I'm paraphrasing, but he goes, how many of you woke up this morning to an empty chair at your kitchen table because somebody died from coronavirus? Did anybody catch that, Bar?
Yeah.
I think that
I did.
What do you think about him using that as like some type of point, like him trying to poke at people's pain, like so directly? Like,
nah, he was trying to say that the reason why you got an empty seat is because your president was on some bullshit.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like if I knew somebody who passed away, God forbid, from that, or I've had a family member that passed away from that, God, creator forbid, because I do know people with friends and family who have friends who lost people, but I think the creator, I haven't experienced that in my family, but I think I would be more mad at that. You know what I mean? I would be more upset. I think I would feel triggered. You know what I'm saying? But Schoolboy, yeah. Hold on, Casey. Schoolboy, if you have anything else to say on that before I move on to Steph?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, Steph, you have anything to say about that part? Did that stand out to you as weird, or
not particularly? Yes, he was tugging on the heartstrings of many Americans, but so do all presidents. I mean, George Bush. I mean, you got to think about the whole 9/11 thing. How many presidents use, the 9/11 thing was such a bad, like this is nothing new. I mean, plus, you were the commander in chief, so you are responsible for it, respectfully.
Right.
So I see why he used it, and especially if, let's say hypothetically, he actually meant it.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't I say it?
I feel like he's making light of it though, using it in the argument that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you sure say you mishandled the coronavirus. You know what I mean? But the way he just it's almost like that commercial we watched earlier in the season. Remember we watched that? It wasn't a commercial. It was an interview. They interviewed a young lady whose father was a Trump supporter. You remember that episode? And then he died of coronavirus because he didn't believe in the mask and all of this type of thing. And he caught coronavirus, died. And then she felt that her father died because of Trump. And then it turned into a Biden commercial. You remember that? Like at the end of the interview, it kind of turned into a Biden plug. And it just felt disingenuous to me. You feel me? But Casey, what's your thoughts, man?
I mean, I agree. I think, but that's what politicians do. Like, you look at how Kamala Harris trying to use Breonna Taylor's death as a way to kind of advance Democratic votes, despite her police records. You know what I'm saying? So it's always, again, like he said with 9/11, with any time with our soldiers dying, or if like the Fox News, let's say if like a white woman is killed by an immigrant, that would be their big story, so they could push their agenda of, you know, being anti-immigrant. So everybody's misusing death at a certain level to pull at people's emotions. Me personally, I do have my uncle on my right side who married my aunt. He had coronavirus and beat it, and he's in his 70s. And then I had a close friend who beat it. But I could look at my family table and my extended family table and my Thanksgiving table, which hopefully I'll be coming back to seeing. And I'm not seeing too many missing tables. If there was people who've been dying for a while. So I don't know if he's trying to overblow this thing and make it look like Trump's the big villain off it. It's interesting. Like, it's hard to say, like, because there's never nothing been like this. You could say that Trump do it this way. If he did it this way, could it have been worse? If he did it this way, better. It's all hypothetical. I know Ronald Reagan was horrible in how he handled the AIDS virus. Like, he totally denied it, and he let it really affect lots of communities, and he really knew all this stuff, and he denied it. So in that case, we do have an example.
Hey,
you know,
Ronald Reagan was trash.
Super trash. It was George Bush running the show. Ronald Reagan was just Biden. That's, you know what I mean? Ronald Reagan was just a senile old man used to prop up and be a puppet and make speeches, while Bush was selling crack in the hood and trying to start wars in Central America.
Did you see the
Afghanistan and all that?
Did you hear do you ever hear the racist audio between Nixon and Ronald Reagan?
Yeah, what they called the African leaders monkeys.
Yeah.
They trash, bro.
Ms. Ravioli, your thoughts on that part, if you caught it, or even if you didn't, do you have any thoughts on using that as a tactic? Oh, hold on, I think that's on me. Oh, yep, go ahead, Ms. Ravioli. I'm sorry.
I thought that was a good tactic that he used, because I don't have any family members that have lost their lives to coronavirus. But when he said empty seat at the table, I mean, it made me immediately think of people that have passed away. So I think it was a good tactic, because if you believe that he is really concerned about the well-being of your family and your family's health, it did its job. I don't know if he was sincere or not, but you know.
Virginia Sim says that strategy, he looked directly into the camera throughout the debate to connect with the audience. And I have no problem with that. I just feel like he, to rub in my face that I have an empty chair at the table, you know what I mean? If I, had an empty chair at the table, to rub it in like that, I will feel away. I will feel away. The Wacky World of OTV says usually Democratic target the emotions of the masses and weaponize it as a way to make them look empathetic to people's concern. It's a tactic to make themselves look good. Now, I understand that that's a tactic to make themselves look good. But me personally, I feel like if I can see through it, now you look bad. You know what I mean? I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if I can see through it as just a tactic, now I'm not fucking with you either. Virginia Sim says, if you were Herman Cain's family, you feel some type of way about Trump. That's a fact, especially when Trump said something to the effect of when they were talking about the mask. That was another thing. They were talking about the mask, and Trump made a joke. You everywhere, every time I see you, you got a big mask on, bigger than your face, and all this type of thing. But and then he made it seem like it wasn't affecting his people. But it's like, wasn't Herman Cain your people? Didn't he pass? You know what I mean? So for Trump to not acknowledge Herman Cain in that and just act like his people was all good, I felt that was, I would be tight if I was Herman Cain's people. Steph?
Herman Cain wasn't his people.
He wasn't? I thought he was a Republican.
You the wrong color.
Oh. All right, facts. HB2N says nobody in Hollywood is supporting Trump. Nobody in the media is supporting Trump. He's impeding the process of a socialist Marxist agenda. What's coming is inevitable at this point. It definitely seems like something is inevitable, but go ahead, Casey.
I don't think there's any type of Marxist agenda from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I think you have a corporate deep state agenda that is not. I think they just paint the people. What the media has done is they shifted left and right so far. Like back in my day, I'm an old man, but being against the war was left wing. Being against Wall Street was left wing. You know what I mean? I was a big part of it. I was a big part of the anti-war protests with Bush, big part of the anti-Vietnam civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? But they've kind of shifted the left and right to be more about identity politics, right? So you're not even thinking about issues like war, because Democrats and Republicans is both on the same side for war. So they've shifted what left and right is. You know what I mean? They moved the goal price. So you think the Democrats is really left wing when they are super warmongers. They're not helping out the people like allegedly left wing socialist people do. They're helping out these corporations. So all that that's just a little fear mongering of the left, fear mongering of someone like a Bernie Sanders coming in.
And honestly, if we could somehow enforce the billionaires to pay their taxes, a lot of this shit that we think we have to go to war for, we wouldn't have to.
The billionaires write the tax bills because they control the politicians. I was watching a YouTube show the other day. They said you don't vote for politicians to get your way. You buy politicians to get your way. You know what I'm saying? So all of these politicians are in the pit pockets of businesses. And as long as people are brainwashed by the ad, they get brainwashed by the corporate finance money and the vote in this way, it's going to keep on going this way. So
HB2N says, bro, they say they're Marxist publicly.
He's talking about BLM. Yeah, BLM does. But BLM is being exploited by corporations who are not Marxist. Wall Street is not Marxist, but you see Wall Street supporting all these Black Lives Matter because they're co-opting the identity politics part of it. Remember the big movement before Black Lives Matter? It was Occupy Wall Street. They was targeting the 1%, not the police. They was targeting the richest and the most powerful people. That was Occupy Wall Street. Now you have Black Lives Matter, which is targeting police, who are not the most powerful. It's the businessmen who own the politicians, who own the mayors, who own the chief of police, who owns the police. You know what I'm saying? The police is the lowest compared to the whole Wall Street.
They're the goons. They're the goons. They're the goons. The wacky world of OTV says JahLogic, very true. Salute. He's talking about how if you can see through the disingenuous them pulling at your heartstrings, you'll just turn on them. Yasin says you'll be surprised who supported and is supporting Trump. These high tax bracket people support him who doesn't have to pay high taxes. Go ahead.
No, and he absolutely right. Absolutely agree with that. The thing about that is the way I'm sorry, not Obama. Trump plays it as if he wants to raise your taxes as Americans. He's really talking to about 10% of America. If you make over $400,000 a year, then he's talking to you. If you make under $400,000, so that means you're making $300,000, he's still not even talking to you. So you're not really affected. You have to. This is. That's why I don't understand the wealthy 1% are the ones who these tax laws affect. Listen, historically, taxes don't affect rich people. Well, I'm not gonna say this. I'm gonna say recessions don't affect rich people. and they don't affect poor people. They affect the middle class. Right? Who's responsible for this one?
This recession?
Yeah.
The corona, and then the corona is as bad as it is, I would say, because of Trump's lack of
leadership.
Yeah.
Because he could have acted on it. Apparently he had information on this back in January.
Yeah. Virginia Slim says a lot of high dollar supporters don't do it publicly. And Yasin says exactly. They actually denounce him publicly, Slim. And the wacky world of OTV says Casey is correct. Billionaires, bankers, and corporations lobby politicians to create policies that benefit them. Naturally, the wealthy will lobby politicians so they can pay less. And HB2N says Steph is speaking facts, factual. Rich folks and middle class suffer in these times. And so I'm gonna go to this next thing that I noticed, and we got a few more points to run through when it comes to this. And they talked about, well, we spoke about this, but they talk about not having any problems at the rallies. And one of the things I wanted to say was, what about the Herman Cain situation? I feel like I addressed it already. I don't know if you guys want to say anything about that, about the rallies. And Casey?
I just wonder why Biden didn't bring that up. Like, Biden should have been. That makes me question how smart he is if he can't just hit you back with that zinger. You know what I mean? Makes me question his mental capacity, bro. Because that's the first thing I thought of too. Like,
I will say this: that also, I can see why you not use it. Although I personally would have used it, I can see why you wouldn't, because it can be a little tasteless. You know, Jah was talking about using the point, using people, tugging on people's heartstrings, but to use tugging on people's family, because that's still a real person with real family, to use him as a clapback, you know what I'm saying? But like, oh, what about your boy Herman Cain who died at your rally? That would have been a little tacky. It would have been a little tacky. It would have been looked at a little tasteless.
It would depend on how he framed it.
That's what I was about to say. I think
he framed it in a respectful way. So, with all respect to Herman Cain and his legacy, I think someone might disagree with you. Just keep it subtle. Right.
I think he could have said it in a certain way. I definitely think that. Robert C. Brooks says Ahmad Streezy. I'm not sure what he meant by that. But salute to you, Robert C. Brooks. Salute to you. I always see you in the comments on Facebook. Salute to you, brother. HB2N says bringing up a dead black man for an argument is very crude. And once again, I think it's like we just said, is the way he would have did it. If he would have did it in a certain way, you know what I mean? I think it could have worked. With that being said, I thought it was funny when he said, nobody cares about Biden. that was in my note. He said nobody cared about him. He kind of broke up the people that wasn't rocking with him. I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about that. I think
when you see like the energy Bernie Sanders had, and the Democratic Party saw that, but they saw his views as a kind of threat to their agenda, and was a lot of plotting going on. Like what Trump did say about they get everyone to drop out. It would seem like Biden was mad low in the polls. And then when it seemed like Bernie had some momentum, everybody just dropped out, all the other people, and they all endorsed Biden at the same time. So I feel like the Democrats made a mistake. They went with the corporate safe guy rather than we saw how the Republicans used Trump and the energy around him, and they just ran with it. And the Democrats saw that energy and they chose their safe guy. And it's very true. Like Joe Biden doesn't have that charismatic personality. Like Trump and hate Trump. He's the type of person who's make you love him and hate him. So
right.
We have all these people loving him at the rallies, and then all the people hating him is watching him at TV at the rallies talking shit. So while Biden, neither way, you know what I mean? Neither way. Like none of the Republicans is even watching him to shit on him during his speeches. No Democrat is really going there. Ain't no one be like, he ain't got no Nas or Jay-Z effect where, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I gotta see Biden, yo, pull up with the crew. We pumping up to see Biden. Nah, you don't got that energy.
Good morning, okay.
Good morning, guys.
I know you. Are you going to be? You have to be here briefly, or do we have you for the rest of the show?
Yeah, I know it's like an in and out situation because I'm literally in the middle of work.
All right, so I'm going to pull up this article you sent us before we continue speaking about the the actual debate. However, do you want to say anything about the debate really quick? And I'm hearing some type of echo. I don't know where does it come from. But anyway, do you have anything to say about the debate as of outsider looking in? Because you're looking from Canada and you're also originally from France. So I guess right now America looks a certain way to the rest of the world. What's your thoughts?
I don't know if it's America as a whole or just those two individuals that were on live television internationally, because people were watching from Australia and everywhere else in the world as well. They looked like two children literally having a fight. That was ridiculous, in my opinion. And comparing it to debates in Canada that I've watched and debates in France that I've watched, I was just like, what am I watching? What am I looking at? So that was I was wondering how Americans felt about it, because I'm not American, so I don't know how it feels to be in the country where this is happening. And I feel like you guys don't really have great choices in front of you when it comes to who is going to be your next president.
Right. I feel like a lot of us are desensitized to it. That's my take on it. I feel like a lot of us are desensitized to it, but then there are a lot of us who are frustrated. There are a lot of Americans that are frustrated. And then of course you have people like Casey who feel both sides are wicked and fuck it all. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think nobody feels any different about the situation. I just think a lot of it is coming out more. A lot of like people are standing on it, and they're Casey I think it was Casey that just said it wasn't a lot of people talking about like, oh, we gotta go watch the election. I mean the debate and all that. I disagree. I think it was a big draw. Our homie Jerobi's Casey, go ahead, Casey. Casey, your mic is on Teddy Riley.
I said people want to see the debate more because of Trump, but if it's Biden giving a speech by himself, nah, ain't no one trying to run up on no Biden rally.
Oh, okay.
Like as opposed to a Bernie Sanders. Of course, people want. Yeah, now there was energy, and I think like people wanted to see old man Biden get, tell him to shut up and call him people wanted that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Yeah, I agree. But you sent me this right here from Instagram, K. It says Americans are Googling move to Canada so much more after U.S. presidential debate. Hey, look, I love Canada. I love Montreal. Montreal is a very nice place. Cannabis is recreational out there. It's no litter on the floor. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful place. However, I can see that as being a reality, but I don't think no one's really going to move anywhere, to be honest with you. And but at the same time, I think there is a little heightened of fear going on. I think there are people who are a little scared of what might happen because everybody doesn't take threats the same way. And I do think, and I'm gonna get to that part, I do think Trump low-key threatened us. I think he low-key sent threats to people out there. And so listen, save a bedroom for me over there. You know what I mean? I'll rent a room or something. You know what I mean? As soon as they open the border. HB2N says, how's your morning, lovely? He's talking to you, so okay. And
yeah, busy life, like meetings all morning, pretty much.
I told y'all that's a career woman over there. And Redemption says Canada is beautiful. It really is. It really is. You know what I mean? So while we still have you, we're gonna go over the rest of my notes. Well, I know you can't stay the whole time, but maybe we can give you a little bit more insight to how we feel if you stick around for some of the other notes. Trump talked about him bringing people back to work. I don't think it was on Trump bringing people back to work. I feel like the people going back to work was because corporations said, get your ass back to work. You know what I'm saying? But Trump took the credit for it. Do you feel it was Trump that brought us back to work, Steph? Or do you think it was just the corporations and the people just being sick of being out of work and etc.? Your mic is on, Teddy Riley. There you go.
Yeah, I'm about to say, most organizations couldn't afford to keep these people out of work much longer. So if you look, it was a lot of businesses that went under during our quarantine. There's a lot of people who couldn't sustain under that time. So it made sense. It made sense for people to start coming back to work. And of course, the president takes credit for everything that happens under his administration, whether he directly affected it or did not. I guess that's just what comes with the territory. Not that he actually did anything.
Right. I agree. Ms. Ravioli? The mic is on. Okay,
Ask
you
the
got it.
question again.
Do you think that Trump directly affected us going back to work, people going back to work? Or do you think it was something that just kind of happened because the corporations needed people to go back to work or go under? Because he took the credit for it.
But he was asking for it the whole time. Like he never wanted to really shut anything down here as far as people going to work. He was constantly saying people can't sit at home and get paid to do nothing. So I think the corporations also wanted people to go to work, like a lot of them. So I don't, I think that he was in support of that. So I don't know if he was responsible, but I definitely think he was behind it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Casey?
I think he did make a point, which I do agree with a little bit, that there is people opposing him that kind of want to shut down everything and shut down the economy and wait till the election. Because they want to make sure that the economy's not good, because if the economy's good, Trump can trade credit for it, and then it will have less of a chance of Biden winning. So I do feel there is an element of governors, mayors, and people involved in politics who might want to prolong the shutdown. Because eventually people are going to need to go back to work. Like, and he made up some valid points about, the shutdown has caused a lot of drug abuse, alcoholism, domestic abuse, because people is at their homes and stuff like this, and other things other than coronavirus that people are susceptible for. So I do think he has been trying, because he has publicly at least spoken for opening stuff out, and then he's been clashing with governors like Cuomo and de Blasio and stuff about opening New York back up. So I do think he is trying. I don't know if he's responsible, but I think he definitely wants to, and he might be selfish. He might be willing to risk
people dying
just so he can have a better chance of getting elected as well.
So with that being said, I'm gonna ask the whole panel, because coronavirus is nationwide. Do you feel people should go back to work, or they should work from home if possible? And same with the schools. And let's try to keep it short if possible. I'm starting with you, Soke, because there is a recent spike in coronavirus in Canada as well, correct?
Yeah, so Montreal, a few regions of Quebec are back on red. So we have starting tomorrow, we are going back under almost full quarantine. Bars are closing back, restaurants are closing except for delivery. So I do feel that people should work from home if possible. I know it's not possible for everybody, but I do think that will be the safest options, because otherwise they're just going to keep closing everything, and it's not sustainable on the long run. So yeah,
so we gotta get it over with.
Yeah.
Steph, what's your thoughts, Steph? You think we should close all these jobs, or what are you thinking? What's your thoughts? Jobs, schools, etc. Should we be closing?
Well, someone who's actually living this, like Soke said, all jobs aren't able to just shut down and stop. However, those who can, I mean, if you can work from home, I don't see why you wouldn't. It's really not that. It's not that serious. I don't believe. Plus, my son is at home.
Mm-hmm.
He's not in the school. He's homeschooled. You know what I'm saying right now. So no, I think we should just play it safe for now until we get this shit figured out. Again, I don't necessarily fear the coronavirus like y'all do.
I do. I'm blaming on everybody. I'm not fucking with the coronavirus, bro. Like I do.
However, I do think necessary precautions don't hurt nothing.
All right, fair enough. Casey, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I feel you got pros and cons both ways. I feel like definitely with stuff like education, I feel like part of what made school lit to me was I'm hanging with my friends. I'm learning with other students, learning how to make friends. I'm learning how to cooperate. I'm a real environment. So in terms of learning online, I mean, I guess so. That would be great. And even in colleges, like if you can learn online on college, like why are you really paying that? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, again, there's pros and cons in every situation. I love working from home. I do feel there is something about a collaborative energy that with working with someone in person, but even with these calls is lit, right?
Yeah.
we communicating our ideas. It's cool. So maybe you don't need to go have a face-to-face meeting. And that not only stops coronavirus, but you getting rid of traffic. People have more time for parenting. You know what I'm saying? So I feel if, regardless of coronavirus, let people, work from home more often, spend more time with their children, get more time to work rather than, there's people spending 2 hours each way in traffic. That's 4 hours you could be spending time with your children, 4 hours you could be working, 4 hours you could have your own personal time.
Right.
I feel when you get situations like, when you have car accidents, are you going to shut down roads because 3 people died off a car accident and now nobody gets to go to work? Nobody gets to see their family? You have to realize there's other things involved. And like I told you before, I'm going to repeat a little, but you're getting issues like people's all clamped up in the house, relationships are breaking up, domestic violence. People are getting bored with their life and turning to alcohol and drugs. You know what I'm saying? So it's pros and cons both ways. Hopefully you can find a comfortable middle, but I'm definitely with, more working from home, more Zoom meetings. In terms of schools, I don't know. I don't know if students can really get that same interaction of a gym class or really being with their homie from Zoom rather than, businessmen or podcasters doing it over a Zoom meeting.
Right. Mr. Ravioli, same question.
I think that either would work. Like, I'm not really for one or for the other. But if you're going to shut it down, shut it down. Like, only have people that are essential workers working, and they need to be in some type of like bubble situation. But if everybody gets to say that their job is essential and they get to move freely, then what is the point? Because they, like, for example, they didn't have people going to churches, but if you look at a Walmart parking lot, it looked like the church because everybody was in Walmart or everybody's in Target. Everybody is somewhere and people are still moving. Just because they're not in moving within a school or moving within an office setting doesn't mean that they're not interacting. So
Yeah, but
I'm saying if you're going to shut it down, shut it down. If you're going to open it up, and then everybody takes some type of precaution, whatever that is, be it the mask or the plastic shield or whatever it is you're going to do, but do it and do it completely, but don't halfway do either or.
but Miss
But how are you
Ravioli,
going to get everybody on the same accord?
Miss Ravioli though, okay, but when you go into Walmart, it's different because they got that gate you got to walk around. So when you walk around the gate, you don't get coronavirus. That's just how it works.
All right. Redemption says,
I gotta say bye to everybody. I'm a little tired. I got up a little early. I think it's time I gotta take a nap.
Man, we almost done. Nobody want to hear about your fucking nap, bro.
Wrap it up then.
For no fucking nap, nigga.
I can't believe we ain't getting to Brianna.
That's another show.
Yeah, we gotta do that another show. Redemption says school should be online only. HB2N says salute to all the newly BBW women who picked up weight during the corona. We love your lady lumps. And Virginia Slim says, have y'all seen the videos of the parents smoking L's and walking around in drawers when their kids are doing online school? We not only seen that, but we've seen the women cursing out the teacher because now she can finally hear what the teacher is saying to her children when they're at school. Redemption says, terrible analogy, Casey, car accident. I actually agree with that. I was shaking my head when he was talking, but yeah, you're right, Redemption. That was a terrible analogy.
Car accidents is the leading cause of death. Way more than coronavirus, way more than gun violence. You know what I mean? Even more than opioids. So I don't know how crazy an analogy it is.
Oh, okay. Casey with the clapback facts. HB2N says life been hella boring, not gonna lie. And Redemption says, not gonna lie, I'm super sensitive because my parents are vulnerable. There you go. HB2N said, I gotta take a nap, head ass. Zach,
I've been up since 2, my nigga.
Nobody want to hear about no fucking naps though, man. Nobody want to hear that shit. We waking people up this morning. We not putting them to bed. This ain't the late.
The marijuana was keeping me up, not putting me to bed. That's not why.
All right, Booger Queso said, "Nigga Casey high and sleepy." All right, so this is a public service announcement.
Running out.
All right, this is a public service announcement. Trump and them were talking about the law and order thing. And from the way they were talking about different cities and the crime rate and everything from the violence, I want to just put it out there. If you happen to be young or affiliated with younger people and you do bang, you might gang bang, you might be into whatever shit you in, I just want to let you know that, first of all, we do not condone with you killing your own. That shit is not gangster. However, this might be the time you want to quit that shit, because they are about to bring back the longest sentences that you ever heard of all over again. Not even all over again. It's going to be even crazier, no matter who wins. That's my prediction. You better stop banging right the fuck now. All that beefing with each other over dumb shit and the shit getting too far, listen, it's going to go even further for you. You heard? It's going to go even further for you. I do want to say that. I did get that part. But they talked about also, when they talked about funding the police, Biden talked about funding the police and bringing possibly psychologists with the cops when they go to a scene so that they can de-escalate things. Do you think that's feasible? Casey, do you think that's feasible that they bring psychologists with the cops? Like, do you see them having psychologist cops? I don't understand.
No. I mean, I think this should be separate. You know, I thought actually that was a good idea by Biden. So you could have someone, because sometimes you might need the threat of force, but you need to have the nice person first. So this is what they do a lot of times when people are committing suicide, right? They'll have someone who could talk them down. So I think that same tactic could be used for people who could be potentially violent or in certain situations who might have, because to be a psychologist, you need to get a PhD, all sorts of training. This is training that cops don't have. So when you see the people who are like talking down the suicidal people, they are really trained in that. And I feel like you could also use that for people who are addicted to drugs. And I feel that would be I think that's a good idea. Like, as much as I don't like Joe Biden, I think that's
I'm gonna go. All right, cool. I'm gonna go to Kay. I know she doesn't have much time, but do you think that's a good idea? Psychologists roll with the cops into the thick of things.
I don't think the psychologists should go to whatever crime scene or whatever places the cops go. I think psychologists should be regularly training cops and regularly have sessions, one-on-one sessions or group sessions with cops to actually train them on how to de-escalate situations. I don't see a trained psychologist be in the middle of action and having a cop. I would be a cop, would just be like, yo, shut up. This is not your thing. This is me right now. So I just believe that it should be a training, because I do feel like the problem is that people are way too trigger happy, way too fast. And we have to teach them how to not resort to violence directly, how to, maybe have a conversation with the person, how to not get violent directly. It's literally things that people teach children when they go to school. If you have a turbulent child, you have to teach them how to, de-escalate whatever anger that they have and, deal with situations and other people. So I think there definitely needs to be psychologists, maybe psychiatrists, but within the police department, when they do the trainings in the police academy, et cetera, et cetera.
That is a very good idea that you said. And I think that they should also be in the jails too. They should be in it. Like, jail is supposed to be for rehabilitation, but it's really used for punishment in this country. But especially certain crimes just need rehabilitation, doesn't necessarily need harsh punishment. So there definitely should be psychologists in the prisons as well as in the police stations. But I do agree with you that in the field is not the place for them. Steph, what are your thoughts, Steph? Do you think that was a good idea? Psychologists rolling with the cops?
In the squad?
Yeah, that's pretty much what they said. He said something to the effect of the psychologist should be.
That's a terrible idea, man. It's you just bring in a civilian to a crime scene. That's not smart. Here's what I do think. Soke had a point about teaching them the basis. I mean, of course you have so much to learn to be a psychologist, so you can't cram everything into them, but you can show them like signs to look for. Plus, I think one thing that would help is if when identifying a person, like when you say, hey, this guy's suspicious around here, you should probably include that you think there might be they might be slow. That way they're not getting killed when they're not responding to what the officer is saying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like
there's a footage out there where a guy was literally he was in a not a mental hospital, but was in a group home for people who were mentally challenged, and he had a toy in his hand. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
and they shot him and his counselor, or they shot his counselor.
I'm about to say they didn't shoot him.
They shot
the black guy. Let's keep that in context. They shot the black guy.
No doubt. Ms. Ravioli, good idea or no? Psychologists on the crime scene. Good idea or not?
I don't think the psychologist should be on the crime scene unless they're an officer that is a trained psychologist. But the thing about it is what so Kay was saying, I think it needs to that needs to be taken a step further. So I think that the officers from jump need to be psychologically evaluated, period. And they need to be evaluated, and then the results of the test need to be held until everyone has taken the actual test or been has been evaluated, so no one's able to tell the other officers how to pass the so-called evaluation. And then from there they should be trained on a regular basis, like they should have to go in to become like recertified or something to that effect. But you can't train someone that's untrainable, and that's the issue. A lot of officers are abusive, them are also abusers, so you can't teach them anything.
Right.
I knew this was going full circle back to abusers. I knew it.
Because it is the truth, Steph. Many people that are in uniforms are, people look at them as they are one thing. They're not. A lot of them are abusers. They're just hiding behind that particular uniform, period.
Right.
And you know, like, you can't train them. Like, you can't train that man that had his knee on George Floyd's neck. You can't send him to a training. He's probably not going to pay attention at all, or he's not going to show up.
Okay.
Whether, you know.
Can I actually say something to that point, actually?
Yeah.
I believe it's the Stanford experiment that showed that individuals that are put in a position of power as a group usually tend to become abusive. You see it with a lot of security guards in supermarkets or security guards in front of nightclubs. You see it with police officers, army people, a lot of people that are put in this situation because there's the group effect that happens. And the thing that I've noticed looking from the outside at the United States or even other countries when it comes to their cops, there's this idea of a cop, like cops being a whole unit. This is, like when people say blue lives, there's this idea behind it where it's a group effect. So it's like in that position, you're like, okay, I can do this because nobody's going to hold me accountable for my actions because I have this group behind me. I have this group with me. And in society, this group as this place. So I definitely do think that trainings are important. I'm not saying that, everybody respond positively to it, but I'm just saying when it comes to actually training people that will become cops, I'm talking about when you start your training, not when somebody's already like 20 years in the job. Like, you're not going to change people after a certain age too. Like, people are set in their ways. But when you take people from a young age or young start of the training, there's possibility to mold the way they think and to mold actions. So I just think it definitely needs to be put in place everywhere in the world, not just in the United States. People need to be trained properly.
And I think, and not to cut you off, I think it's deeper than training. I think they need therapy. You know what I mean? Like, I just think they need to be mandated to go to therapy. You feel what I'm saying, Mr. Ravioli? Like, do you agree with that?
That's what I'm saying. They need to be properly evaluated. If you want to do it through some type of therapy sessions, that's fine, because what you'll find out is they won't show up or they won't tell the truth. Whatever comes up as a result of them having to be required to go to these specific therapy sessions or trainings or whatever, they will not do it. And I'm saying from there, get them out of that position that they hold. But what I'm saying is evaluate them first. Like, anybody, someone that has 30 years in can be evaluated, and maybe they don't pass the evaluation. Get them out of there, because someone that is a good person, that's non-toxic, that's not abusive, once they gain power, they don't abuse that power. The problem is that a lot of people that do abuse the power are abusive, and then they click up like birds of a feather flock together. They click up with other abusers, and now they're all in power, aiding one another because they don't care about anybody but themselves. So they're all in this. They're all in that whole thing together. So if you evaluate them, whether it's the people that have the jobs or the new people coming in, and then get them out, but you have to get the bad people out, period. And it can't just be training. Ongoing training is cool.
But it's not just actually, I think it's more enablers than actual abusers. I feel like there's more people that just enable things and they're just being like triggered by the whole group. It's just like,
an enabler is an abuser.
Not necessarily. Being an
yes,
enabler
definitely
doesn't being an abuser
that is
not
fact.
necessarily, no, it's not.
An enabler is an abuser.
You can literally enable anything. You're not necessarily okay. So all I'm gonna say is enabling things does not necessarily mean that you're an abuser. You're just there. It's like when people are like, you hear somebody's doing something wrong, you could do something to stop it. You're not doing anything. You're not actually doing the action, but you're not taking part. So that's not being an abuser. That's being an enabler. And I do believe that the problem is that there's so many enablers that are not doing anything, that it just lets the abusers do all the work, and everybody thinks everybody's an abuser. That's what I'm saying. I think training, and I think psychological evaluations, you can tell when somebody enables things. Usually it's people that are more, you can influence them easier. It's easy to spot when you're being trained, when you're actually a licensed therapist. People know that. So
Ms. Ravioli, for your response, did you fully hear her example of what she's saying can be taken as enabling before you respond? So like if I see somebody doing something and I don't stop them, that's me enabling them. Does that make me an abuser?
You are now complicit. And yes, it does make you an abuser. It's a spectrum. Are you an abusive to the same degree? No, because you're not abusing that individual directly, but you've worked with children. If you see an officer sodomizing a child, what do you do? Do you say nothing? If you say nothing and you keep walking, you hold your head down, you keep your mouth shut, are you not aiding this abuser? You are also being abusive. You're not speaking out. And you're not trying to help.
That's I hear your point. And me personally, if I see someone get stopped by the cops, especially a young person, I always stop to make sure the young person is not getting beat up or, but I think Steph is going to take the words out of my right out of my mouth.
I just wanted you sodomizing.
I know. How the fuck am I going to see a cop sodomizing a kid?
Yo,
you could walk in just like that Christopher dude walked in on the attorney lady walked in on Christopher and Puff. I'm saying you could not say anything and you could be silent. It could be a child. I'm just going to the far end of the spectrum. I'm just saying to get the point across. So you are complicit, just like everybody in the whole R. Kelly deal, they were complicit. That is being abusive, not to the same degree, but yes, you are being abusive, period, point blank. The mother that knows that her boyfriend is touching her child and says nothing, or is not hearing the child's outcries, yes, that is being abusive. It's not the same degree of abuse, but it is being abusive.
Listen, I like that last analogy as far as backing your point. The sodomy one? Oh, what was that about?
I'm saying because it grabs your attention is what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's to a high degree. So I'm using that as an example.
I wanted on Kay if she seemed like she had something to say, but no, it definitely grabbed our attention. Kay, you trying to say something?
I'm just gonna say. Okay, wait.
Did you come back and say you gotta go?
All right, Kay.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good one.
I'm trying. But great conversations with everyone. Hopefully we can do this more, man. Wonderful insight. I learned a lot from everyone's point of view. I love intelligent people discussing things civilly, man. Let's keep it up.
All right, that's what's up, man. Thank you for joining us on season 1, episode 40, the finale. Thank you, Casey. And take your ass to bed, even though we don't promote that here when we waking people up in the morning. Get your ass out of here. All right. All right. Okay, you were trying to say something?
No, I'm trying to say it's not the same thing. Because in that case, everybody is abusive. Because if you see somebody get, robbed in the metro and you don't stop it, you're an abuser. If you're in a room where you being raped, there's two people being raped, and you letting the other person being raped, and you're not doing anything, you're an abuser. I just think personally, I disagree with you, Ms. Ravioli, and that's just my point, really. Again, I think it's more enablers. I think it's more just people letting other people do things. It's not a good thing, but it's easier to resolve than actually resolving issues with abusers that are fully, fundamentally inside of them, like to abuse people.
All right, so I'm gonna go to these comments. Redemption says training the cops don't work. You see why diversity training, which training the cops don't work. We see where diversity training works. HB2N says, I believe street gangs and the Democratic Party work closely together. Bold accusation from HB2N, but his point of view nevertheless. Just One said, East Coast folks don't sleep. Let my boy Casey take his nap. Salute to Casey. He was here from the very beginning, and he was up since 2:00 this morning. So, but for the rest of you, keep your ass up. This is the morning rant. Stay up. We're here to wake you up and make you have a good day. Don't take your ass to bed. Jane Sims says, HB2N, yep. How do you think there's constant streams of guns coming into communities? Great point. Just One says, jails are modern day slavery. Facts. You're actually legally allowed to work for free and or close to nothing when you're in jail. So that's definitely, I believe in that. And Brooklyn Hunter says, Trump defunded sensitivity training. He definitely spoke about that last night as well, which leads me to my next point, but I'll read the rest of these comments first. Redemption Song says, breaking the inherent biases and trigger finger knee-jerk responses is an issue. I agree with that as well. Virginia Sims says, homie in Rochester could have used a psychiatrist on the scene. I agree with that, but at the same time, he was super high, so I don't know if the psychiatrist would have got through to him, but they definitely could have. It could have been a psychiatrist on the scene to tell the cops, look, you're bugging, like you're killing this man. You know what I'm saying? So maybe the cops needed the psychiatrist on the scene for them in that situation. That's my twist on that. Redemption says psyche vows can be scapegoated. Speaking of the psych, yep. Virginia Sim says you can literally be too smart to be a cop. I wouldn't trust these people to handle situations with mental illnesses. Yeah, I mean, most of you can be a cop straight out of high school, I believe, right? So, Keenan Khan says, tell us more about Lucifer, Miss Ravioli. Maybe in season 2. Maybe in season 2. Virginia Sim says the majority of cops suffer from implicit bias against Black and brown people. You can't train ignorance out of people. And that's another good point. And Redemption says facts slim. Redemption also says enablers aren't abusers. We cannot assign abuse and victim mentality to everything. And I agree with that, but I think there is a spectrum. So I think there are situations that, like Ms. Ravi mentioned, like in the R. Kelly situation, where it's like, well, you enabled him, but you were complicit in knowing what he was doing in the studio. So in that case, you were complicit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, does that mean the woman who filmed George Floyd's death does that make her abuser? I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? Mills Lane says redemption facts. Brooklyn Honcho says, here we go, Miss Riley talking shit to the 10th power. And HB2N says, one thing I agree with Trump is sensitivity training does not work. Well, he didn't say it doesn't work. He said that it would, he thought it was radical, basically. He thought it was radical is kind of, I'm paraphrasing, but he thought it was like going to make people be anti-American, which brings me to my next point. Redemption is laughing at Brooklyn. HB2N says, it's a free country. Brooklyn Honcho said, did she just call Miss Ravioli Miss Ravioli?
Yes.
It's the accent.
Hey guys,
I'm about to say
it is not the accent.
It is
not the accent.
It's really
she was taking shots.
No, Miss Ravioli, I promise you it's the accent. I've been listening to her podcast for a while, and she says certain words that are English words with an accent. I've actually joked in her comments before I saw how she said certain words, so it was not a shot. We can't think everything is about us, people. And that's for everybody listening. Everything ain't about you. Maybe some people just have an accent. She literally was raised in France and lives now in Montreal. Like, she does not speak English, is not her first language. Virginia Slim says ravioli. Ravioli.
That's Italian.
Is it really? Or is it some American fake shit?
No, it's Italian.
Okay. I don't know. I'm ignorant. Never mind me. Virginia Sims says ravioli. I think you're talking about indirectly and facilitating abuse with enabling. And HB2N says, I love the way she says your name is Ravioli. Maybe she's saying it the way it's supposed to be said, Miss Ravioli. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about that? Yeah.
You do not change the names when you translate from language to language. The names remain the same.
I have a French name, and the way I say it, it's totally not the way it's said in French. You know what I mean? So we do say things totally different than it is in his original language. In America, we don't even speak English the way English was originally.
Wait a minute. Say it again, Kay. Say ravioli.
Ravioli. Like if I say it in French, I would say ravioli. You know, and if I try to say it with an English accent, ravioli. But again, it just depends on however my mouth wants to blurt it out. So sorry for the pronunciation, guys. You know,
it's all good. It's all good. You don't have to apologize for your accent. Anyway, like I said, how you know she's not saying it right, and we fucking it up with this American-ish accent that we have. Anyway, with that being said, two things. Trump called they asked Trump to denounce white supremacist terrorist groups, aka the good old boys.
Now we get in here. Okay.
Right. When he was asked to denounce them, first he kind of tap danced a little bit. Well, what are we going to call them? What are we going to call them? He just said white supremacist militias, white, you know what I mean? He just said that. And his answer to that was one, like Mills Lane said earlier, stand down and stand by. But he also said that the violence is not coming from the right wing. The right wing. He said the violence is not coming from right wing. So to me, you're basically telling me that the right wing is equivalent to white supremacists. If that's your response to denouncing white supremacists. Right? If your response is the violence is not coming from the right wing when they're asking you about white supremacists, am I bugging? Am I tripping? Or did I hear what I heard? I'm gonna start with you, Steph.
No, you heard it. You heard it. And now but he did it to where he can deny it. You know what I'm saying? You tried to slide it in there. Be like, no, that's not what I meant, but we all know what you meant.
And Steph, give me a second. Ms. Ravioli, I took you off mute. I have to my son is running around crazy. So take the lead on this one. All right. Take the lead.
I got you.
All right.
So now if you were watching, he says stand down and stand by. In what form or any way is that denouncing anything? Right? That's actually telling somebody stand by means get ready. That means something about to happen. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. I mean, like I said before, I don't think that he was I never thought that he was going to answer questions directly, especially when that question was asked, because a lot of his supporters hold that view. So
and notice that's the one that he favors, because he said, what do you want to call? I didn't even know they existed until last night. You see what I'm saying?
Then who existed?
Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys.
Right? Because like people don't just know about white terrorist organizations. You don't just typically, or which ones. And then he told you which ones were right and which ones were left. He said Antifa was left, which is why he has officially made them a terrorist organization, which he has still not done for the Ku Klux Klan, which has been going around terrorizing the Black Americans for about 250 years now.
Yeah.
I'm just listen. That was.
It wasn't a misinterpretation. It wasn't anything to decipher. He spoke clearly. Whether or not you chose to hear him, that's on you.
A lot of people chose not to hear it. A lot of people had to have it explained to them. You know, it was very interesting to watch that unfold. As looking from the outside, because ever since Trump was elected, there was a rise of the far right in many countries. The United States elections influence not only the United States and Canada, but it pretty much influences the world. Like I'm talking like the rise in Brazil of the far right, in France, in Italy, in a lot of other countries. So it's kind of scary to hear somebody that is the president of a huge nation like the United States say things like that on national television, which is now international pretty much because everybody can watch it from anywhere. Yeah, I really don't know what to say to that. If people didn't understand what he said, I mean, you don't have to be a genius to hear, you know, and comprehend.
Ms. Ravioli?
I have what do you mean, like, it's scary? Like, what is it that you believe is scary?
It's scary.
Can you elaborate?
It's scary to hear somebody with that in that position of power say, pretty much tell a whole organization that is considered to be extremist and far right in racism to get ready and be ready, because it's as if something is coming. And my thing is, if something is coming, like, we live in a globalized world. We don't live in like this country does that and this doesn't have an impact on another country. It's a globalized world. Anything that happens somewhere is reflected somewhere else. So the fact that this is happening, this is enabling the start of a behavior that will be repeated in other parts of the world. And that's an issue. That's why it's scary.
Right. And this is not just any other racist or any other fool on a mic. Fool nonetheless, but not just anyone. This is someone who literally has nuclear codes. Literally.
Awesome.
But here's the thing, though. An abusive person will burn the entire place down just to be king of the ashes. Period. So, and I don't think that it's a something that's new. It's just something that's new to those who were not privy to the information before. Like, it's been going on and it's been present. So the real question is, how should we respond? Like, how do we respond to that? Like, do we get together so that we can be ready? Because to be forewarned should lead to being forearmed, because you cannot control whatever that is that's going on over there, but you can best prepare yourself to deal with whatever it is they're going to do, so that you're safe. Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't make sense.
I kind of came in on the tail end. So can you repeat that part, Ms. Ravioli? Because I agree with some people being willing to burn down everything if they can't have what they want, but I didn't hear everything.
And you can't control that. That's just the mindset of a toxic individual. What if you are not on that side, on their side, what you would need to do is to arm yourself properly so that you can defend yourself and maintain your safe environment, like your safety as a whole. What do we need to do in order to do that? But to focus on what it is that they're going to do is it basically stifles you when it comes to protecting yourself. Like, what are we going to do to get ready? Just continuously complain about the fact that someone's standing up and they're getting ready? That, I don't think that's going to.
So are you saying that we should get ready, or we shouldn't get ready?
I think we should prepare to maintain our safety, because if they're being told right now to get ready, they're not new. They've been in place for however long they've been in place. We are the ones that have not gotten together. Like, we are the ones that are not like collectively getting together and saying, like, this is how we're going to protect ourselves. How can we sustain our lives should these people do whatever it is they're going to do. All I keep hearing is they're going to attack us. But what are we going to do in response to that so that we can survive and maintain our safety?
Hey, Miss Ravioli.
Yes.
Just real quick. I know Soke got to get out of here. So just want to say goodbye real quick.
So okay, your mic is right. There you go.
Yeah, so have a good rest of the show. It was fun, and I hope I talk to you guys soon.
Yes, talk to you soon, and thank you for pulling up for the 40th episode. And okay, Monty, and we will see you. We will see you soon in season 2. Correct?
All right. Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to say this. I think that in regards to everybody strapping up and getting ready and all of that, sure, strap up, defend your homes. But I think it's a little bit of a bluff. I don't think the white supremacists are going to come knock on doors. Who you vote for? I don't think that's what's going to happen.
They don't care who you vote for. They care about your skin color.
Exactly. And I do think the poll watchers thing, when he talked about the poll watchers, he was trying to turn that into something else, like he's allowing goons to go to the polls. It sounds like what he wanted to happen. But he also sounds to me like somebody who seems like they think they have power and they're trying to use it. Like when somebody gets they think they're tough and they think they're tough, and then all of a sudden they're acting tough. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that he's that as tough as he acts. You know what I'm saying? And hold on. And I think that we shouldn't be as worried, but we should be prepared. I do agree that we should prepare, but I don't think that we should mimic what's going on. And I just think that we should protect our homes the best way. So, like an example, would depend. Like Steph lives in a stand ground state of Ravioli. I believe you live in a state where you can own a gun. Where I live, I can own certain types of guns in my home. So whatever you can own, you should own to protect your family. At the same time, I don't think that this war that is already happening, because we did here at the morning rant take the stance that there is a war going on. So this war that's happening is not really between us; it's between them.
Can I say this? I encountered a young man the other day that was heavily strapped, and I'm going to can we, or even you guys as men, if you see the young men that are heavily strapped, can you kind of talk the brothers into obtaining some type of belt or holster, so they're not putting the weaponry in their pants that don't have belts, and they're trying to walk wide-legged so that the pants don't fall down, and so that the tool is doesn't fall down and hit the ground, and you
make a real good point. I like the holster that you can wear. You know what I mean? You make a good point on that one. You can't be fighting the war with your pants sagging and your belt, your gun on your belt buckle. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? So let me go through these comments. Christopher says, "Good point, Logic. The right wing is the home of the white supremacists, according to Trump. Yeah. And Virginia Sims says, "Facts, Yasin. No excuse not to own these days." I agree with that as well. Brooklyn Honcho says he didn't want to denounce white supremacists and deflecting anything pertaining to it. And Mills Lane says Joe Biden could have brought up the kid at the Trump rally turned murderer. He definitely could have. That's a real good point. And Redemption says he knew what he was doing. Trump Jr. said he believed his father had misspoken, trying to clean that shit up. Excuse me, I gotta give me a curse right now. Sorry, Marty. Sets a dangerous president as a further emboldening them. And Redemption says Mills Biden fumbled repeatedly. Mills Lane says, I never heard of the Proud Boys. Then for Trump to talk in code was a threat to me. It was a threat, but I think it was a dry threat. And I think the Civil War is already happening, and I don't think it's really our place. I think in history, like they will talk like some people were fighting for blacks, some were against blacks, but in reality, I think we should let them fight each other. You know what I'm saying? And we should just protect our own. You know what I mean? Protect our own, but we shouldn't be out there. You know what I mean? If it does go to hell, we don't need to be in the streets, because we the only ones that's gonna feel the blunt end of that. Y'all already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Mills Lane says redemption. Biden was triggered by the Hunter roasting and ran out of gas. And Virginia Sim says he knew what he was doing. He dodged the initial question like Neo. When you have a chance to address white supremacists directly, you don't deflect. Redemption says Mills, perhaps. And Yasin says, I bet the OG that just pulled up has all the answers. They say from the mouth of babes come truth. So, you know what I mean? I'm definitely raising them right. So, and let's see. Redemption says, Jah, little man is cute. Thank you. I definitely never, ever wanted to put him on camera. But since we put in the whole season on Patreon, and, you know, my wife is working from home and she has a meeting with the dean of the school she works at, it definitely, and we're not done. I wasn't going to just end the show. So you got this. You got to meet my son. So, you know, meet my toddler. And and HB2N says, don't make sense, but it sounded hot. And Yasin says, stop the show. Let's hear what the big homie talking about. And soon come. And Redemption said, thanks. And Regina Sim says, those people have been preparing for this so-called race war for decades. One of the Proud Boys said it was a historic, what 45 said, it's going to get nuts in the near future. And once again, let's protect us, but let's not go out there and jump in the streets when they start fighting over who won the actual election. Let's not do that. Let's not take that. Let's not take the bait on that. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Hunter says, a lot of us aren't licensed to carry, so it can't be in plain sight. That's true, but they have holsters that you can put and tuck in your pants too. So they have a certain type of holster where you can pull the strap and it will come from your pants. So there is a way to not open carry even if you're doing that. And if you're in a state that you can't legally carry, it's time to be creative. There are all types of other weapons that you can also get as well to protect your home. And Virginia Slim says, laugh out loud. Y'all want dudes walking around strapped up like Starsky and Hutch? Why not? Why not? I'm a big fan of Tombstone. I'll be a Huckleberry. And Redemption says, I'm not a fan of open carry, but I much prefer concealed carry. No doubt. So with that being said, y'all see what time it is. I can play some music videos behind the scene. You know what I mean? But I have that daycare duties to attend to. I want to thank everybody who came up today. Stefan, Schoolboy, Miss Ravioli, SoK, VeeSmilez, Mighty Katie. I want to thank everybody in the audience. You know, we can't do this without you. And moving forward, as we prepare for season 2, we will just put some of these episodes on repeat. And by the same time, we're gonna do kind of rant-a-thons moving into the future before we get into the second season. But we will do we will put the whole season on Patreon for those of you who care to have access to it. And we will let you know about that in the near future. It's already the afternoon East Coast time. So with that being said, we love you all. And this has been the Morning Rant. Say peace to the people, y'all. Say peace. Unless your mic's on Teddy Riley. I don't know. Is your mic's on Teddy?
Peace. Yeah. Bird. It's a plane. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. That's right. Nah, it's a bird. It's a lane. This one's going out to all our Facebook hero friends. My name is October Zero and Bandolero. And I'm with my man Mighty Casey, the rude boy. Check it out. He got something to say. Go out.
Yo, we don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack hoes, whack goes and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you. Hey, we don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack hoes, whack goes and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you. Yo, I heard the flash was on speed and the hope was on crack. Batman got bagged up for beating on blacks. Spider-Man shooting up, you could tell by the tracks. G.I. Joe killed 100 little kids in Iraq. Wonder Woman went down, she had hard times. Now she sniffed coke and she stripped part-time. And I heard Professor X was molesting all the X-Men. Messed with Jean Grey's head since she was a freshman. Democrats is Autobots, Republic is Decepticons. Bushes like Starscream, Changes like Megatron. Fuck the whole world up, fighting over Energon. Don't give a fuck about who the fuck they stepping on. Now you got Lion-O cheating on Chitara. Had a couple furballs and said he ain't the father. That's how I know all these heroes ain't that super. Cause Clark killed Lois, she was fucking with Lex Luthor. And we don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack hoes, whack goals and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you. Hey, we don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack holes, whack holes and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you. Watch who you're up to, find out what they up to. Some of them nuts too, messed up and fucked up too. They like to fuck too, drink and do drugs too. Some of them gangsters, some of them thugs too. Some like the front too, some is corrupt too. Watch your back, they might try to corrupt you. They say trust me when they mean fuck you. They say love me, but nah, they ain't love you. Hey, shit, man, what's going on?
What up, man?
Yo, I heard He-Man on steroids, kid.
Get the fuck out. I could have sworn I seen Captain America in front of the White House stealing some lady purse, man.
They say Captain Planet was dumping some oil over in Alaska. I don't know.
Get the fuck out of here. Yo, I seen some butt-ass naked Power Ranger selling his suit for $5, man, down the block. What is that? Power Ranger.
You better watch who you idolize. Look into their private life. You might see their whole life is a lot of lies. Rip off a lot of guys' lies, commit a lot of crime. And when they do get caught, they don't apologize. They just lie again, blaming on some other guys. True story, biography, unauthorized. Watch who says who's good and who's evil. Cause evil play good and villains play evil. We don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack holes, whack holes and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you. Hey, we don't need another hero. They just crack heads and crack holes, whack holes and windows. It sounds funny, but I know that it's true. That deep down inside, man, they just like you.
Like you.
Grand rising, grand biscuits, magic wand waving grand wizards. If you my man, 100 grand and a grand missing. I got 99 problems, what's the damn difference? Listen, on my unborn grandkids, you know a nigga grown when a band is a bandage and the band keeps playing when you on a Titanic and your home network can't handle the bandwidth life's a damn bitch. Still love her though, raw sex pulling off the rubber slow. Rubber dub, that's a dry rub on the roast. Smells like burnt toast, you know I got a serious stroke. Periods broke like the levees. Flow on the mic kinda heavy. Got enough sauce for the spaghetti. Red hot chili pepper, order water under the bridge. I forgive niggas for wanting to live. I ain't mad at ya, I ain't the mad rapper. Just a mad dapper, damn rather. Shimmy shimmy y'all like a capper. Somebody tell Boozy that I'm badder. Vanilla extract in a batter. I ain't playing patty cake. I mean, how many patty pies can daddy bake? Mad I gotta save a slice for Sally Mae. May the odds ever be forever in your favor. Forever and a whole day later. Day to day, day traders. Daylight come for slave labor. Labor Day, labor pains getting paid straight up. Grand Rising, Grand Canyon, grandfather clock, grandstanding. You lucky if you got grandparents. Shit is Operation Grand Clearance. It's clandestine. Magazine, glam essence. 120 plan lessons from the ancestors. Fan blessings, hand-in-hand, hand gestures, jam sessions, children asking damn questions, watching cartoons and wrestling. Grand Rising, Grand Central, Freemasons at the Grand Temple. All praises to the audacious, all seeing eye, all patient. Call waiting for the hookup. Cook up salt fish, just crooked how to pour, get rewarded with more risk. Fried dumpling, daily bread, top of the morning, getting daily head. Taking diabetic daily meds, sugar-free jelly spread. Crown Jewel got a heavy head. You got a headache from the Reggie Reg. Grand rise, 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 grand rise.
Mankind, Cactus Jack, you love mankind. Yeah, black bodies in the water, in a place where they cannot float. White folks looking at me like you can't get in my boat, get in my boat. Black bodies in the water, in a place where they cannot float. White folks looking at us like you can't get in my boat, get in my boat.
Mankind, as much as I gave to you, cause if you gave as much as I gave to you, cause if you gave as much as I gave to you, 40 acres in a mule, 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 40 acres in a mule. Bitch, we talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' crazy. Like trick, you gon' crazy.
You know your deficit is decadent. Poor souls, you were never rich. Unseasoned, uneven. Odds are you done bleeding. You've only one cheating, is the sun season. Melanated love bug Starsky. Wild style, wildlife safari. Manual labor party. Party affiliations. Lobbyist litigation. Ungodly. God body divinations. Divine non-deliberations. Deliver us from Satan. Expedited. Deliver us from waiting. It's overdue. Deliver us a payment. Cash on delivery. Deliver to the last of a living breed. How much? Enough to last till infinity. The question that I ask of my enemy, remember me?
If you gave as much as I gave to you, cause if you gave as much as I gave to you, 40 acres in a mule, 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 40 acres in a mule. Bitch, we talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' crazy. Like trick, you gon' crazy.
Yo, fluid as the sweat on my brow. I was riding the wave, just another head in the crowd. Hesitant, slave to the regiment. Off letters, head in the clouds. Brand new testaments, medicine vows, sedatives for the predicate felons involved in drug peddling. In 1 week, they make less than 1,000, but put their lives on the line. They mind state like grind all the time, fine dine, fuck whining, bust guns, fuck thotties, hug blocks, bust shotties, fuck cops. One time try and stop me, but I ain't dying. I ain't trying to hear why I do this or why I'm firing this 9 at you kids. Why I'm wildin' while my mind is ruthless. Why I'm crying while I ride the stupids. It's something you did. You just gave me mine, but you did.
As much as I gave to you, cause if you gave as much as I gave to you, 40 acres in a mule, 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 40 acres in a mule. Bitch, we talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Like trick, you gon' pay me. Talking reparations. Like trick, you gon' crazy. You going crazy.
Hey yo, you can catch me riding through the town as it slowly morphs. Old Brooklyn, every corner got that holy cross. Slow motion in the sexes, ladle ladies cross. Salute, they came before. Knew you from baby drawers. There's new money on the block, I see Mercedes, Porsche. A couple regulars, but these niggas high level developers. Fuck your offers, come at you sideways. No level up, I'm copping me some property. You're probably some poppy seed farms. Like fuck it y'all, I need me a side hustle. Sell bagels to Jews, cable to Fox News. Look who's coming to dinner, where everyone's got a seat at the table, but not you. Word to Shirley, baby. Reverse the spell, trying to turn me crazy. I'm getting out, yeah, I'm buying in. I'm selling out, going roll, going try my hands. Bitch, better try again. Ain't no trying here.
A body's always dropping, and all our babies watching. They chase him down and blocked him off and lost him while they shot him. First they chased us down, locked us up, the profit off of cotton. And they chased us down, hung us up, and smiled while someone shot it. A body's always dropping, and all our babies watching. They chased him down and blocked him off and lost him while they shot him. First they chased us down, locked us up, the profit off of cotton. And they chased us down, hung us up, and smiled while someone shot it. The universe is listening, but the devil's always plotting. So your prayers ain't loud enough because he only talks in violence. A secret code of silence that they use to maintain dominance. Those votes don't come with bullets, so tell Biden fuck up out it. If a nigga take your chain, you go kill him. In the streets that's crystal clear. Massa put them chains on you, give you 100 years. The heaviest chains be the ones that you can see there. The ice so cold, blind your third eyes, optics, American pie a la mode, and every bite's rotten. They shot him on his couch while he was eating Haagen-Dazs. They even shot her in her sleep, and she was out there saving lives. They shot Tamir for playing, he shot them just for praying. Then the cops went out and copped them Burger King with extra fries. The cops the KKK and they ain't even trying to hide. I went and copped the big AK and then I got it supersized. I grabbed my vest up off the dresser, laced my boots up extra tight, kissed my wife and hold my daughter, hope I make it through the night. But if I don't, won't go out bleeding, I'll go out squeezing. Just like Gavin Long and Micah X, they both have valid reasons. When you shackled in the pressure, color justified your death. They yelling at you, stop resisting with their knee inside your neck. And that's just some shit that I'm supposed to sit back and accept. Fuck a check, ain't no rest until I get that cracker's head, nigga.
Blast that gat in your mouth. The Klan no longer just wears white hoods and white sheets, but now the Klan wears black robes and sits on the judge's bench to rule from the courtroom. The Klan now wears blue uniform, carries a badge or a shield and a legal quote-unquote weapon. 2 or 3 brothers so bad, I'm blind, I'm crip. Damn white men come, you throw the guns under the damn car, throw the damn guns in the bushes, you make 50 niggas stand up against the wall, one peck of wood. I don't never read about no drive-bys at the police station. I never heard of you shooting at the police station and busting on a cracker while they eat Dunkin' Donuts. You ain't got the heart, but you'll kill your own.
Explain to me, what is this video that was harmful or dangerous? Somebody explain to me. What does this little face mean? Somebody tell it to me. Crazy. I must have struck a nerve, man. I had to. I don't know what I said, but I clearly struck a nerve.
Y2K shit. Wake up in the morning. morning, the TV flashed the signal. The ESP could hear the transistors in my earlobes. Cameras in the windows, cameras in my laptop, cameras in my windows. Remove, they take a snapshot. Know somebody's watching, like MJ and that other dude. In your DMs, emails to mama, they check them too. Spank bang favorites and Amazon wish list. Algorithms, trigger words, they put me on they hit list. The 60s was a long time ago, but Abby Hoffman know we lost the war with capitalism, and now they trap the show. In the world where they commodify revolution, say you smart when you dumb, and when you smart, say you stupid. Likes and retweets, smileys and group thing. We chasing dreams that really mean nothing, but somehow define everything. Seems every day that I'm forgetting how to feel. Artificial soul trying to quantify what's still real. I sit alone in my room on my laptop, wondering if I'm a sheep too. I look around on the train and I'm thinking, am I the only one who has a clue? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm paranoid, or maybe I'm lost, maybe I got it wrong, but I can't shake the feeling of this nosedive. We're moving closer to Orwellian, Ink-Sock regimen, quelling rebellions. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance heaven, the dollar's God. Consumerism is the new religion we can't afford. Still pawning all our principles to get it and wanting more. Meanwhile in Darfur, chemical warfare slaughters newborns with amnesty over once cosmic soul. While we binge watching Power, somehow I started to see that I wasn't watching TV, the TV was watching me. Babysitting, doing data analysis while I sleep. Suspended animation faces, the matrix is battery. Why these racist corporate Satans vacation in Waikiki on the yacht performing fuck buck rituals by the sea, manipulating everybody. They feed us live to the beast. A rack of lamp on appetite, protein powder for greed, devour your dreams, replace it with compliancy and memes. Skynet one. Somehow it seems we becoming machines. Mr. Macintosh, Johnny Mnemonics in search of we. Vol 7 said they listening while you driving your V. Eric Snowden said they watching you while you beating your meat. Walls closing in, pulling our privacy out from our feet. I think it's time that we come together, one that's zealous. Merge the black, white, and brown with the wisdom of the elders. Cause when we all unite, there ain't shit that they could tell us. Put a fist in the air one time if you a rebel and then say, I sit alone in my room on my laptop, wondering if I'm a sheep too. I look around on the train and I'm thinking, am I the only one who has a clue? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm paranoid, or maybe I'm lost, maybe I got it wrong, but I can't shake the feeling of this nosedive, this nosedive.
But if you get to what the elites are into, their God says, you've got to get rid of these humans. I'm going to give you eternal life. I'm going to give you technology and this divine code.
Living in a simulation where the people's orchestrated speak the truth amongst the lost, and they still hate it. Why debate it? Any statement that brings changes, shit is major. How they cages, chemtrails and 5G. We need illegal herbs, not these crooked pharmacies. Please, snakes is working hard to split our families and hex our family trees. Paranoid, surrounded by some Caucasoids on the train observing me, knowing damn well they propelling white supremacy. Reptilians blocking out these cosmic energies with distractive entertaining remedies. Walking amongst these zombies in these streets, see my people dap them up. Remember that this shit's a dream and nothing's what it seems. Single mothers on the rise, niggas turning into bitches. Better recognize and forcing gay agendas right before our eyes. Rewiring and reconditioning the minds of little children, feeding lies, twisting paradigms. Hard for kids to see the signs updated by the ancients, moving with the time. This shit's divine. Meet and greet with aliens all the time. They think I'm lying. See them flying saucers in the sky. Pedophiles up in the White House trying to keep us blind. Poison in our food supply. Object for them snakes just to stay alive. Fuck the enterprise. Universe beyond our side, and it's why stars align. Unlike evil dark energies from the other side trying to hijack minds.
Sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish things that aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck dirty hell. Immortal technique. Got guns too, nigga. Killer Mike. Fuck Terminator, nigga. Brother Ali. Fuck Rambo. No. Yeah. The ghetto is like a prison with invisible bars. No matter where you at, it always follow you where you are. And it's hard out there for a pimp to get out of, but it's harder for the hooker that he beat the shit out of. I got niggas underground in the Confederate States, ironically running from slavery that prison creates. So I never hate on the South, I respect their vision. I just hate on niggas that promote Samboism and white execs that love to see us in that position. They reflect the stereotypes of America's vision. They want us dancing, cooning and hollering, only respect us for playing sports and modeling. More than racism, it's stay in your placism. More people are trapped in practical black facism. So fuck a civil war between the North and the South. It's between field niggas and slaves that are stuck in the house.
Civil war for the soul of a nation. This is a struggle to save civilization. Demonstrations overthrowing the occupation. The annihilation of mental colonization. Civil war for the soul of a nation. We fight for the future of our civilizations. Destroy the corrupt government organizations trying to survive cultural assassination.
Rip niggas, blood niggas, essays, Asians. Why the fuck we born with each other's population? The devil wanna dead all our population, people in folk nation. Why the separation? Why we got Jamaicans hating on Haitians?
Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck dirty hell. Immortal technique. Got guns too, nigga. Killer Mike. Fuck Terminator, nigga. Brother Ali. Fuck Rambo. No. Yeah. The ghetto is like a prison with invisible bars. No matter
matter where you at, it always follow you where you are. And it's hard out there for a pimp to get out of, but it's harder for the hooker that he beat the shit out of. I got niggas underground in the Confederate States, ironically running from slavery that prison creates. So I never hate on the South, I respect their vision. I just hate on niggas that promote Samboism and white execs that love to see us in that position. They reflect the stereotypes of America's vision. They want us dancing, cooning and hollering, only respect us for playing sports and modeling. More than racism, it's stay in your placism. All people are trapped in practical black facism. So fuck a civil war between the North and the South. It's between field niggas and slaves that are stuck in the house.
Civil war for the soul of a nation. This is a struggle to save civilization. Demonstrations overthrowing the occupation. The annihilation of mental colonization. Civil war for the soul of a nation. We fight for the future of our civilization. Destroy the corrupt government organizations trying to survive cultural assassination.
Crip niggas, blood niggas, essays, Asians. Why the fuck we born with each other's population? The devil wanna dead all our population, people in folk nation. Why the separation? Why we got Jamaicans hating on Haitians when the British and French rape both nations? Mexicans and blacks kill each other, straight hating, while the government profits from prison population. If you on the bottom, be you Anglo or Asian, you gotta recognize the realness in what I'm saying. You gotta recognize another G ain't the enemy. When the police ride and kill us frequently, we gotta make the youth see where the truth be. If you a G, then grow and develop GD. 50 years of gains and our people still poor. If we really run the streets, we should really end war.
Civil war for the soul of a nation. This is a struggle to save civilization. Demonstrations overthrowing the occupation. The annihilation of mental colonization. Civil war for the soul of a nation. We fight for the future of our civilization. Destroy the corrupt government organizations trying to survive cultural assassination.
Listen, our hearts were torn apart just like y'all was. Watching towers full of souls fall to sawdust. Every time we called your office, you ignored us. Now you're holding hearings on us all inside of Congress. Microscopes on us, asking which your hardest. My answer was in line with all of the founding fathers. I think Patrick said it best, give me liberty or death. I shall never accept anything less. You claim innocence, you play victimless, but you gave the kiss of death in the name of self-defense. Slavery and theft of other nations to the end of pacifying your citizenry with excess. We believe in freedom, justice, security, but they're only pure when they're applied universally. So certainly if I rage against the machine, my aim was only to clean the germs out of the circuitry. Urgently putting fear inside your heart, make you burn Qurans and tell me not to build a mosque. Me, my wife and babies, we ain't never made you hard. We just want to touch our head to the floor and talk to God. Ask him to remove every blemish from our heart. The greatest threat of harm doesn't come from any bomb. The moment you refuse the human rights for just a few, what happens when that few includes you? Civil war.
Fire right now, fuck nigga. Fire, nigga. I'm on fire right now, fuck nigga. I had the biggest comeback, nigga. Niggas thought it was over with for me, nigga. Y'all tried to count me out, nigga. I ain't forgot about that shit. Y'all niggas think I forgot, nigga. I ain't forgot about none of that shit. So I'm back with a chip on my fucking shoulder, nigga.
Wrote this with my eyes closed, or rose in Moscato. Intuition, inner visions flow from out the cosmos. Niggas ask me how I made it, I be damned if I know. I just went with my soul, and the rest just follow. She's a good girl, fuck that bitch, I'd rather deal with dollars. Say no to CashApp, I ain't tricking, bitch, you must be psycho. But I'm prone to lie though, just don't tell all my bros. I roll gelato in the Bronto, so I got the sky close. Damn, it's raining, grab my cane and pass my Prada poncho. The boots was leather with the tattoos, those the Randy Macho. Goggles Ferragamo, condos big Vegas Costco. I popped the rhino, then she swallowed like it's Mr. Sacco. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. Modern life like Rocco, but I still pray to Shango. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. I devour my goals, and that's word to gaucho. Rebel, outlaw, reckless, vato, ghetto, desperado. Aim the Draco, eating tacos, take your breath like Tyclos. Adjacent to Van Gogh, I'm chasing my shadow. The pain is the shackle, embrace it for battle. In the gym for 7 weeks, I feel like Boris Kojo. I mean Cujo with a new hoe, sober watching Kuso. With my old hoe, I forgot I fuck my hoes in duos. Football throws in 2 hoes, loopholes out with pool holes. That piece of coupon for designer, Gucci coat was 2-tone. School old Parasuco, shoot like Tony Kukoc. The Jamba Samson, no Delilah, put that on my tombstone. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. I devour my goals, and that's word to gauchos.